Good afternoon, everyone. Today, we are going to start and do a roll call, so that we can adjourn to closed session. Sorry. Um, so, we will do a roll call. What?
We're gonna call the meeting.
No, I'm calling the meeting to order. I didn't say it officially. So it's official. So roll call. We have Mrs. O'Connor.
I am here.
Mrs. Toasty here, Mrs. Rios here, Mrs. Martinez here, and I'm here. So we're a 5-0. Do we have any comments from closed session? No.
That's it.
So we are now going to convene. I don't need a motion. Do I?
You need a hammer.
I need a hammer.
Motion.
Okay, I need a motion to close the closed session, please.
I'll make a motion to convene the closed session.
Second?
Okay, all in favor? We can do it joint. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're closing to closed session. Thank you.
Janet's louder if you
start the meeting on time. Oh, not on time, we're a little late, sorry. That was our goal. And why don't we proceed? We're gonna call the meeting back to order. I do have to report from close. No, not yet.
Flag salute.
Okay, we'll do the flag salute, thank you. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. So right now, we're going to start with the community and student staff and recognition. And we'd like to have Sarah Vista come up first.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Oh, are you gonna move down?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll just hang it. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Sanchez, and everybody in the audience this evening. I'm extremely excited to recognize an amazing group of individuals and students tonight. We're going to start by recognizing our PBIS team. And because it's a team, as I call the people forward, I'm going to ask to hold applause until the end because it is a team. And everybody in the team goes together. And I want, once you go through, when you shake hands, you'll wait over here and you'll get your picture taken. And then you have to stay there. And then we will do the student awards. I have a reason. So anyway, so I know it's really hard not to clap for people, so if you feel the need, you can give them,
Sparkles.
Okay, so we're gonna start. And as I go through, I will note what the individual's job or where they're supporting us. So the first person is Amber Leister from the San Benito County Office of Education.
I feel you. Yes, thank you.
Next is Emma Valtry from the Hollister School District. Tracy Mendoza is our office manager.
Yes, Tracy! Thank you.
We have like a lot of stuff going on, as you all know, outside of school. Nubia Zamora, she is our yard lady. Again, these are all PBIS team members. Myra Damian, who is our social emotional lead from the County Office of Education. Kathy Ruiz. They follow directions, they're PBIS. Jessica Walker. Jen Casey Rodriguez, second grade teacher. Those two ladies were kindergarten.
Thank you.
Brenda Montejano is our special education psychologist who is also on our PBIS. Brooke Carter, and I'm also going to say she's Teacher of the Year for Sarah Vista. She knows, but she has things to do tonight. Helene Obeso Escamilla, third grade teacher. Again, she is running her children all over Hollister. Martha Seltzer, TK teacher. Louise Calanta, fifth grade teacher. Teresa Urena, I don't believe I saw she and her mom, Kim Beckley. So Teresa is both parent and yard duty, and Kim Beckley is grandparent extraordinaire. And Heather Gray and Pablo Rodriguez are parents at Sierra Vista. They're at the ballpark. That's where I should have been. Rebecca Cofield, who is also at the ballpark. She is a parent extraordinaire. And finally, Daniel Ramiro, our assistant principal, the man in charge of PBIS. And let's give them all I just want to point out before I move to the students is that the people up here, the people I have read names, the other staff, have made PBIS extremely successful at Sierra Vista. Whether we get an award or not, it has been extremely successful. And I am so incredibly impressed with the team. And just so you know, my job on the team is just a linebacker. If I take classes so that they can meet. So this is really theirs, it's not mine. So, woo! And then I would like them to stay there as the students come up. I had selected teachers selected, the 5th grade teachers selected students who are demonstrating excellence in mathematics, particularly excellence in progress in mathematics. So we have students, every student that's coming up here has had excellence in terms of progress in mathematics. And the amazing part is that many of these students came in excellent at mathematics, and yet they have demonstrated progress. I have the numbers. So I'm very excited to bring them up, and I did want the adults to stand behind them because I want it to be a visual representation of student success. Takes a county office, district office, teaching staff, administrators, parents, and grandparents. Without these individuals, it doesn't happen. So now we're going on to math, and I'm super excited. You guys can clap for every single student who comes. And actually, may I borrow Mr. Ramiro? Can you help me with the medals? And again, some of these kids are actually at the ballpark. So there you have it. Julian Milan. Audrey Marquez. Trinity Rojas. Luke Renz. I hope he makes a home run right now. We're something out there. Rocket Castro. Kane Mendez. Leilani Villalta. Matthew Pryor. Tommy Sabaska. And Nolan Park. And this time, let's give everybody a round of applause. And then actually, if the board trying to come over here, because
Oh, well, this is the people. We're fine.
Smile, smile big. All right, everyone, sparkle smiles. We're awesome. Awesome. Good job, guys. Good job. You did it.
Are there more? Oh, now it's, Okay, we would like to call out. The best compliment I ever received, and I always got it every year, your class goes so fast. I don't do good. Otherwise. Next. So we need induction, nest, and boost to come up and for recognition.
Okay. All right. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Sanchez and guests. Well, they're here. Tonight, I'm here to recognize our district mentors for Nest, Induction, and Boost. So it has been a pleasure to support and build these programs this year, but our stars, of course, are our mentors. Our mentors are like the gardeners of education. They take care and they nurture our new educators in our district. They provide what they need to thrive. And so, I have a pair of garden gloves for you tonight. Our gardeners. So I'm gonna go ahead and start with Nest, which is our new educator support program. We're in our third year, and we have 25 providers, and they support 36 new educators in our district that are intern credential candidates and short-term staff. And we had a recent survey, a mid-year survey, where we asked all our participating teachers what they value about the program, and they value the mentorship and support. The Nest provider accessibility right on the site, communication, guidance, and encouragement. So it was all good. So I have a certificate, and Miss Miller is gonna pass out those garden gloves for me. All right. Yes. And I know a lot of them couldn't be here tonight, but I want to recognize them by calling their name. So Cynthia Anati. Jennifer Bales. Stacia Andrew. Leslie Anderson.
Nice to see you too. Thank you. Yes. Oh, nice.
Maribel de Alba. Diana Cortez. Norma Rosales.
Thank you.
Rachel Demezio. Yes, exactly. She's coming. Mary Langstaff.
Where do you have all the numbers?
Rosa Garcia. Anissa Kuna. Melissa Phillips. We have a retired teacher in our group, Stacy Hull. Chris Brannon. Nikki Bell. Marianne Zuniga. Heidi Hawkins. May Wadahara. Kareem Griffin. Stacy Chan. Lisa Bella. Megan Moscato. Lori Marcus. Janet Carlin. Kelly Branco. Holly Lane. And Demi Hoagman.
And you can see this impressive group of educators up here. I'd love to take a picture and grab my phone. Thanks. You gotta get smart. You gotta smile.
You know what, why don't you Jennifer take the picture so you're with them?
Miss Marcus, we're gonna take a selfie.
Go with this all day.
She loves it.
And then for the single. There we go. This is it. Ready?
Oh, we have more.
We got more.
Moving on for induction. I have two more groups here. Yes. So induction, we have 27 coaches in induction, and they support 60 teachers in our district who are in their first and second year of induction, and they're working, of course, on their clear credentials. So they will receive certificates on May 7th at the colloquium. So you're all invited to Vets Memorial Hall. It's 4:30 to 6:30 on May 7th. But I'd like to recognize them and have them come get their garden gloves, please. So Ray Marie Amasek. And they work with their teachers once a week, helping them through their inquiries. Cynthia Nadi. Megan Avery. Jennifer Bales. Barbara Brown. Jennifer Casey Rodriguez. Layla Clifford. Maribel de Alba. Rachel Demezio. Rosa Garcia. Jason Higgins. Elena Patrick.
Thank you again.
Christina Larabelle. Lori Marcus. Megan Moscato. Barbara Penny. Hannah Rodriguez. Kathy Louise. Kathleen Sampson. Dominica Torres.
Yes.
Isabella. May Guadalajara. Lisa Correa, or Maria. And Teresa Stevens. Danae Marcy. Yes.
I got one more group. Okay.
Yes.
All right, you guys ready? Big smiles. That's right. Here we go. Say cheese. Cheese. And you're awesome. That's why.
Our newest program, Boost, is building opportunities and offering support for teams. It kicked off at the end of January, and we have 16 IAs and para-mentors supporting 50 newly hired IAs and para-mentors, and they're already making a difference. Our mid-year survey, gosh, this one's Our mid-year survey of mentees noted what was valuable about the program, and they value the support and guidance. They value the check-ins. They feel valued and respected, and they love the opportunities for feedback from their mentor. And we have some real superstars in this group, so excited about that. Okay, so come up and get your award and your guardian lips. All right, so I know some people couldn't be here tonight, but Teresita Rios, Tracy Rinaldi, Isaiah Torres, Marie Canales, good job. Gina,
Thank you very much.
Gina Renneria, Alicia Page, Julie Shaw, Kusum Bugwala, one of the sparkly twins here, Geneva and the other one, Leslie Monroe.
Thank
you.
Oh, I got you.
I love hugs.
Thank you.
Maria Gonzalez. Gustavo Lopez Jr. Elizabeth Gutierrez. And Celinda Nunez. Thank you very much. We're going to get a picture.
Thank you, Emma We appreciate you.
I love these gloves.
Now go run right in front of the board.
Wait, you took our picture already? Oh, oh, everybody? Okay. 1, 2, 3?
You want Sandy? You want Sandy?
Big girl, perfect.
We have one announcement from our closed session. The board took action to approve the settlement agreement for student number 106336. Okay, now we're at. Okay, we need to approve the agenda. I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
To the microphone.
Okay.
Okay, so, roll call vote, yes, I'm, put their names out.
I
Real
write it
slow.
down. I write them down.
So we're gonna start with Kim
Yes.
and Kathy. Yes. Cheryl?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Elizabeth? And I'm a yes as well. Okay, now we're at public comments.
We only have one individual, Ash Bell.
To the microphone.
I'm sorry, how do you say your last name?
Bakelith? Oh.
Bakelin? Sorry, but that's okay. Thank you. You have 3 minutes and it'll be posted on the screen.
And make sure you speak in the microphone so everybody can hear you.
Hello?
There you go.
So, I don't have anything prepared. I'm here to support AAA. My son joined the school this year, and I'm extremely happy. He was in Rancho Santana, and he was a top student in his class for a few years, and I didn't feel like he was getting challenged in his class. And we heard about AAA, and it was like a rigorous application and interview and all that, and he got in immediately. He's very happy, and just been really happy with all the attention he gets, and it pushes him. I don't think he's a top student in that school or in his class, but it's definitely been a good environment for him. So when I heard that there's discussions about being closed down, I just, or moved or something, So I don't know the full extent, but it just worried me, and I wanted to come here with my wife and just make a public comment, and if there's anything that we can say to support leaving things as they are. And from what I understand, it would be a disruption and all these other things. So if there's a way to find accommodation or to help the school, we would love that. And that's all I want to say.
Okay, thank
you
you.
so much.
For public comment? Yes. Damaris Barajas?
Yes.
You have 3 minutes, Damaris.
Hello, my name is Damaris. I'm a married mother with a daughter currently attending sorry, AAA, and I'm here today because this proposed move would create a significant disruption for my family. Like many parents, my husband and I both work full-time while supporting a full-time student. Stability in her educational environment, as all, AAA families and students alike, is not just important, it is essential to our daily lives. Sorry, I was rushing up here. Our daughter has been part of this district for many years. She began TK at Calaveras, continued through kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th grade, and then transferred to AAA for 5th and 6th. AAA has allowed her to grow and excel, and it's one of the highest performing schools in our district. She has roots here. Our family has roots here. It's deeply concerning to see the district prioritizing students who are not even enrolled yet over the students who already attend this school and live in this community. Let's see. Current families should not be displaced for the sake of future development. If new homes are being built, the appropriate solution is for the district to collect and use impact fees to build additional classrooms and hire more teachers, not to move out or destabilize the students who are here now. There are also serious consequences that come with relocating high-performing schools. Disruption to families. A move can mean longer commutes, transportation challenges, and confusion during transition, putting added stress on work parents and students. Staff retention issues. Not all teachers or administrators may be willing or able to move to a new location, and losing experienced staff can negatively impact students. Oh, I have 31 seconds. I urge the district to prioritize the students who are already part of this community, students who show up every day, who have built relationships here, and who depend on stability of the school they attend. Thank you for your time, and I ask you to please reconsider the direction of this proposal. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we would like to hear Hester come up for a report. You have 10 minutes.
Everybody's looking right. Trying to find Rachel.
I could pretend while I'm on. Should we have CSEA go first?
That sounds good.
Okay. Thank you. Can we have the report from CSEA? Well, Rachel's here now. Do you want to start? Okay.
I am sorry.
That's okay.
Thought I had more time.
Yes.
We're fast tonight, Rachel. No, I was like, oh, I have time.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Sanchez. I feel very disheartened today and have since last week. Last week, HESTA's bargaining team met with the district to exchange some very important articles. We exchanged Article 7, class size, Article 9, hours and workload. Sorry, I was running. Article 11, salary. That's it.
Can I look?
Oh, sure.
I want the board to know that 90% of what we proposed was flat out rejected by the district. I don't mean here that we presented a counter, I mean that it was struck through completely. No discussion, barely any rationale, with the simple words, district not agreeable, printed underneath the strikeouts. HESTA understands that the district can't agree to everything, but negotiations, as we all know, is a give and take. This has happened over multiple years. We presented language that HESTA feels will solve problems for teachers, and it has been returned to us completely rejected. I wanted to highlight elementary PE and prep time, something that HESTA presented in hours of workloads and was rejected. HESTA wants a prep period for our elementary unit members. We have tried over the course of 2 years to get elementary PE and the prep time it affords our elementary teachers back. This is a top priority for HESTA. I cannot believe that smart people like those on the HESTA and the district bargaining teams can't reach an agreement on this point. HESTA understands that there are logistics, people need to be hired, money will need to be spent, budgets are finite, but budgets are also opinions about how to spend the money we have. HESTA is asking that the district make bringing back elementary PE prep a priority. Work with us. We know that the board fears layoffs and for that reason has decided not to hire back PE teachers in the past. It feels like this particular position has been targeted because other positions have been created and hired for. VP positions, custodial positions, even positions in HESTA's bargaining unit. Why are elementary PE teachers different? Board, we ask that you advocate for your teachers, the teachers who enact your policies throughout the day, who are with the students that you center in all your decisions. Believe your teachers when we ask for more prep time, when we ask for dedicated elementary PE teachers. Elementary teachers have about 2.5 hours a week to prepare for 5 core subjects. This is half an hour a week to plan for each subject, plus grading, plus copies, plus the restroom. The argument has been made that the half hour before and after school counts as elementary prep time. How? This is for yard duty, meeting with parents, opening and closing your classroom, along with all the other little tasks that need tending to throughout the day. Sure, elementary teachers do get 3 planning days a year, but between sub shortages and blackout days, some teachers don't get this time. These days are for planning PE, but what about the other subjects? These days add maybe about 30 extra minutes a week to planning for all the other subjects. Elementary teachers need more consistent weekly time to prepare. I am reminded of that proverbial situation where the airplane is going down and the air masks are deployed. The flight attendants always say to the adults with children on the plane, put your air mask on first, because when the adult is provided for, the child can be provided for. Think of elementary PE prep as putting the air mask on the adult so that the child can be better served. This air mask will provide needed planning time for elementary unit members who are responsible for teaching all core subjects to their students, while also taking a core subject off their plate.
I couldn't read it. But I just want to reiterate everything that was said in the comments, or the comment, and I have 2 elementary teachers here. Hester really feels like they deserve a prep, and we know that the PE teachers were laid off. We were all there when that happened, and it was scarring for us and for you. We understand that. But the crisis is over. Superintendent Sanchez has navigated us away from that crisis, and we feel very strongly that now it's time to make elementary unit members whole again.
So speaking as a middle school teacher, as middle school teachers, we have a period long, so almost an hour prep that is protected each and every day that we are teaching. And we, for the most part, are teaching 1 to 3 core subjects, depending on our class load. I cannot imagine trying to teach at least 5 subjects every day with only having half an hour of time per day, and that potentially being taken away sometimes due to other duties as assigned. So I strongly believe that we need to be providing better and longer time for our elementary teachers to have that prep time, because they have so many different lessons that they have to be preparing each day throughout the week. Thank you.
Thank you, Hester.
And just to wrap up, because I know we only have 10 minutes, and we've probably gone over.
No, you still have 4.5.
I think that, you know, myself and my bargaining team, Dr. Myers and her bargaining team, I believe that we can come to an agreement around this issue. And just as Betsy said, HESTA does not expect 100% of what we ask for. That's not what bargaining is, and we understand that. But this is an issue that we feel very strongly about. And just as what was said in the comment, I think that we're all smart people and we can come to a solution, and HESTA is definitely willing to work with the district so that we can help our elementary unit members get the prep that they deserve. Thank you guys so much.
I don't know, can we?
It's a report if you ask a question.
I have a question. Cut, you have to get the microphone much closer.
I don't know if that will help.
But, well, you have to, because they can't hear them.
So if you have PE teachers, how many times per week does the student have PE? How long?
I think twice a week. We would want PE restored to its previous minutes.
I believe was about twice a week.
Yeah, twice a week, at about an hour. We are willing to work with the district to find a solution, as I said before, but I think that HESTA would be looking for the PE program to be reestablished.
So that would be 2 30-minute?
2:50.
Or
Two-
two, what, 2
It
2
was
hours?
2 50-minute long periods
Okay.
before, because it's required to have 100 minutes a week or 200 minutes every
Mhm.
week.
And then, so your hope would be they would use that as planning and preparation time. Do you have more specifics related to that? Like, would it be grade level planning together, individual planning? I mean, what kind of planning, or how would you use that time specifically?
It would be grade level because the PE teachers in the past relieved a grade at a time.
Yeah, I think it'd be the size of the classes. We can't have 100 kids out there with one teacher.
No,
So
yes.
it'll be determined by how big the classes are.
And how many,
Right.
but in the past, they took out the whole grade.
Yes, and I think we are from HDLA, we have the biggest cohort of students in each grade, so we had 2 elementary PE teachers, but that was not the case for all elementary schools. It just depended on the size of the grade level.
Yeah, I do remember conversations and concern about, there being 90 or 100 kids out at one time.
We had that complaint to us.
Yeah,
That was a complaint that we received as a board,
Sure.
that there were too many children out there for one teacher. And that they cannot deal with that, that's too much.
Well, of
And
course,
it's not
safety
safe.
always has to be a priority, for sure.
And we understand that, maybe this iteration of planning time will not be 100% like it was before, but we would like to have those conversations and hear these concerns. And we're open to hearing them, and we want to find solutions that take everything into account, but especially give our elementary unit members their prep time back.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, CSEA, are we ready to go?
We will have a CSEA report later on. So we're gonna skip.
Okay, we're gonna skip that.
Public hearing.
We're gonna do the public hearing now for the Hollister Prep Charter School renewal request. Okay, do you wanna speak before we do the, do you want to speak before the presentation or after? You have all these cards.
Either way.
Well, we'll let you decide.
I said either one, yeah.
Yeah, we can speak first and then
Okay.
people can make comments and then I'll have something to comment on.
All right, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
This is our presentation, and it's in your packet. My name is Dr. Caprice Young, and I'm the superintendent of Hollister Prep and all 4 of the Navigator schools. And
good evening. Hi, all of you. I am Kirsten Carr. I'm our Chief Communications and Engagement Officer, and it's great to see all of you again.
yay. So you know us pretty well, and this is so we'll make this as brief as possible. But please go to the next slide. Can I do that?
You got it.
Power.
Before we start, if I may, I would like to remind the board we've had a charter renewal, or we've had a charter school in our district since around 2012. This is a renewal year. Tonight, as we open the public hearing, the Navigator staff will be presenting. There will be no action tonight. We will simply be receiving information. We will be considering the charter renewal petition in April. So we'll start the public hearing, have the presentation, have speaker cards, any questions, and so on. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry to jump the gun.
No problem. We are excited.
Yeah. So we have a strong mission, and our mission is driven, frankly, by just our desire to make sure that every single student, no matter their circumstance, gets a great education. And our how is through our teachers. The secret sauce of what we do has a lot to do with the fact that we have a huge commitment to the ongoing coaching and training of our teachers, and their performance shows it. That's us. Those are our kids. Actually, those were the early kids when we first started. The design of our schools has 5 major areas, right? If you're thinking like, okay, what are the major systems that make our schools go? We first focus on a culture of excellence, so that everyone in the school is constantly striving for increased rigor and excellence in everything we do, adults and kids. We also have data-driven information, so we are constantly collecting and talking about and looking at data and making decisions based on evidence, and some of that times that's test scores, and other times it's more qualitative. But we always ask the question, what is the data that we're looking at to make that decision? Coaching is, as I described, everybody gets coached. I even have a coach. We get coached, and we believe that constant improvement is critical to who we are. So an example of that also is that for our 4 schools, we have a full-time technology fellow who is a member of the state task force on AI in education. And we are actively experimenting with and using AI in ways to support our students and decrease the amount of time that teachers have to take in preparation. Equity is also a key part of our systems. And this is equity for all students. It's about making sure that we have the kinds of interventions that students need, whether they're behind or ahead, making sure that they get what they need. And this comes through tremendously in our special education program. And what you'll see in the data when I get to it is that our special education percentage has accelerated tremendously over the last few years. Word got out. And then of course technology is a big part of who we are. We're having to up our game on technology though. Prior to COVID, we were special just because we had one-on-one technology, and now that's baseline. So we're doing our best to improve our use of technology, but not for technology's sake, technology for the sake of student achievement. And we have, when our graduates go off to Hollister High, we want to make sure that they are all continual improvers, academic scholars, creative problem solvers, courageous change makers, and collaborative teammates. These are those numbers I was telling you about. So you can see in these charts that the first few years we were growing a lot because we were adding a grade level every year. And it's been pretty much flat since then. We went up a little bit in the last 2 years because we increased class size somewhat, and that was in response to the declining the declining funds of ESSER. Instead of making huge cuts, we made some class size increases. That was just the choice we made internally. Our demographics look very similar to Hollister as a whole. So we're co-located with R.L. Hardin, which has a larger number of students with economic disadvantage. But as a whole, we pretty much match the school district of Hollister. The big difference for us has been that, as you can see on this chart, just over the last few years, we've nearly doubled in the proportion of our students who have special education needs. We've gone from 9.8% to 17.7%. That was last year's number. This year we're over 20%. And I think the reason why that's happening is twofold. One is that kids have larger needs after COVID. So you're probably seeing some of the same things in district schools. But also, like, word's out that we do this pretty well. And so we're getting a lot of parents that are referred by other parents in our special ed program. And we're proud to serve them. Academically, we're very strong. And there's a punchline to the next two slides. But just to say the obvious on the slides, as a school, we outperform both the district and the state in both English and ELA and in math. And we've had particularly high growth in our math scores. There's a lot on this chart. It's an eye chart for anybody in the audience, but basically what it's showing is that is true across all demographics. So our students who are economically disadvantaged outperform the students in other schools that are also economically disadvantaged. So it's an apples to apples kind of comparison. And what all that adds up to is another eye chart. But basically the state of California ranks charter schools according to high, medium, and low. And if you're in the low category, which we're not, the most that you can achieve in your renewal is a 2-year renewal because they're putting you on probation. In fact, a lot of schools in the low category, their authorizers say, yeah, good try, not even. The ones in the middle, some of them get approved, some of them don't. Most of them get approved, but you're only eligible for 5 years. Because of the scores that you just saw, we're eligible for 7 years for our renewal because we're in the highest category and we're very, very proud of that work.
Good evening again. So as Dr. Young
I
talked,
need you to speak right
absolutely. I'm short. I gotta remember to get right on top of it. As Dr. Young talked about, she went through all of our academic, the scores on our SBAC and the different academic data that we have. One of the things we are incredibly proud of is that data shows that we are actually meeting our mission and that we were honored by Innovate Public Schools to be one of the top performing schools in the state of California for closing that opportunity gap for Black and brown children. So we are keeping the promises that we made to both you and our families. We were also honored by the Educational Results Partnership for that same thing. So it is just one of the ways for us to be able to show that it is not just numbers that we're showing to you, that it does really go to us meeting our mission. Almost all of you, I think, have been able to come on campus and see our squads model. And while this talks about us being honored in the local media, what this really shows is that charter schools were formed for us to be able to try different things and to be able to come and talk to everyone about what it is that we do, what we've learned from it. And that squads model has been a huge success. And I think if you talk to our graduates who are now either at Hollister High School or some of the ones who've gone on to college, that ability to work together, collaborate, kind of get the skills they're gonna need to succeed in the workforce today has been a huge help for them. One of the other things that we are incredibly proud of is that you not only see academic excellence in the classrooms, you see empathy in the classrooms and throughout our campuses. After a 3-year process, we are very proud to be a Powered by Compass school, and that what you will see as you walk through campus are students not just only asking for support, but offering support to others, celebrating each other's accomplishments, and working together to make sure they are meeting the commitments that they have made to one another. I love walking into Circle and seeing a middle school classroom, especially middle school boys, who will be able to talk about their feelings, be talking about things they are proud of, being able to say, I'm struggling with this, I need support, and then one of their other classmates saying, I got you, I will help you. It's, if you're ever on campus on a Wednesday afternoon, ask the leadership team to take you to a Circle, it's pretty special. We also do a little bit of support for the community, not only our students, but as well as our families and the rest of the Hollister community. We do family presentations on a variety of different topics. We do community fairs, resource fairs that are all open to the Hollister community, cultural celebrations. We have a kindness closet, and we also participate in the weekly backpack program, and we do send the food and holiday boxes home with our families, because our commitment to our Wolfpack family is not just during the season, but also when they leave us. And last one.
I always get the hard ones. So facilities, we've been here before about that. We are continuing to work on this Kmart site that we've been talking about now for 3 years, October 21st, 2023. The good news is that the traffic study is done and it's in the hands of the Hollister City Planning Department, and we are waiting anxiously to find out if it's as good as they said it was, and it's looking good, but we won't know until we know. And once the traffic study is done, then we will go to the Planning Commission to get approved with the CUP. All of that still means that the earliest that will be into that site would be 28, 29, but we're still moving forward on it. And in the meantime, we're doing everything we possibly can to support Superintendent Sanchez's facilities decisions, including being flexible about where our middle school is, so that we can make sure that we contribute and are flexible in the same way that everyone else in the Hollister community is challenged right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just in closing, I want to just say that we are very proud to be Hollister Prep and an integral part of Hollister community. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have 7 speakers, and generally we give 15 minutes, so for an overall discussion on the topic. So I don't know if we can condense, if you have something new to say that someone else hasn't already stated in their comment, then that, if we could keep it to that consistency, we would appreciate that, so we don't have to drag this out too long for us. So the first speaker is Price, I'm sorry, I don't know how to say. Patrice? What's the last name? Bunsen, sorry.
B-U-N-C-E.
You want to line them up, Liz? Yeah, you gotta line them up.
Okay, then the next speaker would be Melissa and Sky Stevens, Ellen Miller, Bright Santos, Rosie Valadez, Norma Knox, and Nancy Salazar.
It should be 15, Brandon.
So as a group, you'll have 15 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, board members. My name is Patrice Bunce, and I am proud to be a part of the Hollister Prep as both a parent and a staff member. My children are in kindergarten, 5th grade, and 8th grade. And experiencing HBS from both perspectives gives me a real appreciation for the dedication and creativity and care that our educators put into every day with our students. As a staff member, I see our educators that are collaborative and innovative to create new learning experiences that spark creativity and build resilience within our students and encourage our students to take ownership of their growth. As a parent, I see these efforts translate to my own children in their confidence, their excitement to tackle on new challenges, and their joy in discovering of what they're capable of. Hollister Prep is a place where families and educators come together and students feel supported in exploring questioning, and growing. I'm proud to be a part of this community and to witness the impact that it has on our students' lives every day. Hollister Prep inspires our students to believe in themselves and embrace the possibilities that are ahead. Thank you so much for your time and for celebrating the achievement and the potential of Hollister Prep students as well as our staff. We love being a part of the Hollister educational community.
Good evening, board members. My name is Melissa Stevens, and I'm a proud parent of 2 daughters at Hollister Prep and 1 incoming crazy kinder. I was raised here in Hollister, attended Sunny Slope Elementary, Mays Middle School, and Miss Chris. Still talk about it. I very much talk about it still. And Hollister High School, go Baylors. And now I'm raising my family in the same community that shaped me. Hollister Prep has been a school where my daughters are encouraged, supported, and inspired to grow. Every day I see them gaining not only knowledge, but also confidence, responsibility, and curiosity, lots of curiosity. Skills they'll carry with them to high school and beyond. Hollister Prep has and always will prepare students for what comes next. Thank you for your time and supporting all students in Hollister.
Hi board members, my name is Sky and I'm in 3rd grade at Hollister Prep. Thank you for allowing me to go to HPS where my teachers help me learn new things and also make me feel safe and happy every day. At Hollister Prep I get to try my best and learn new problems. At Hollister Prep I get to try my best and learn how to solve new problems. I'm not just learning reading and math, but also how to be responsible, confident, and kind. I know that what I'm learning right now will help me later on in life, like high school and even later on in life. HPS helps kids get ready for what's next, and I'm a proud student to be here. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, board members. My name's Ellen, and I am also a proud parent of 3 kids at Hollister Prep. So I have an 8th grader graduating this year. I have a 3rd grader and a 1st grader. I've lived here almost my entire life. I went to middle school at Rancho. I graduated from the high school. My oldest daughter is 27. She graduated from the high school, so we are proud members of this community. We have chosen to build our family here and have a home here, and being part of Hollister School District and the community matters a lot to us. Since Hollister Prep was first approved in 2013, it has been a place where students are challenged, supported, and truly known. And as a parent, I see every day how Hollister Prep prepares my children, not just academically, but socially and emotionally. Every time I'm on campus, the administration and the teachers are just so kind. They know everybody's names. I love that. So I have 1 child going on the path to high school and 2 not far behind. I feel confident that they will be ready to succeed at the high school and continue contributing to this community that we all share. Hollister Prep has and will always prepare students for what is to come next. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Preet Santos. I am the middle school vice principal at Hollister Prep. And I previously taught both the 1st and 8th grade at Hollister Prep. And now, my kindergartner, she joins the Wolfpack. I'm excited to watch her grow and discover all that HPS has to offer, especially since she is a student with disability and she is receiving all the love and support from our Wolfpack team as well. This community has already made us feel welcome and we're grateful to be part of it. As a vice principal, I have the privilege of witnessing the teamwork and dedication of our HPS teachers every day. I see our scholars develop not only academically, but also in leadership and collaboration. And I see them applying it in sports on the field, being supportive teammates, just walking during unstructured times, just pouring so much love into each other. They learn to work effectively with their peers and build very meaningful connections along the way. These experiences prepare them to contribute fully to the larger Hollister school community as they move on to high school. I know a lot of our middle schoolers are applying for the academies at the Hollister High School right now, and just they're so excited and eager to write these amazing essays. Hollister Prep is a place where students are encouraged to explore, take on challenges, and build confidence in themselves. I see it in the friendships they form, the questions they ask, and the pride they take in their work. Hollister Prep gives students the foundation, skills, and confidence to take the next steps in their learning journey at Hollister High School. And one of my favorite parts of being part of Hollister Prep is working with the families and supporting those families and being a bilingual person that they can connect to support them and their students along with their academic careers. But thank you for your time and for your continued support with HBS. Have a great day.
Good evening, board members. My name is Rocio Valadez. I'm a proud parent of an 8th grade student, and we've been part of the Wolf PACS meeting since 2017 when he started as a kindergarten student. As a parent and volunteer, I firsthand seen what makes the school special, the structure, the consistency within structure, ratio, and small group instructions ensures the students are always well supported. The education and approachable responses I've received from the teachers has always been very helpful. I send a message, I get a response within an hour. What stands out to me the most is the sense of community from Hollister Prep School. Students feel connected, supported, and as a parent, that gives me the confidence to send my child to school every day. Now, as my child prepares to attend high school, Hollister High School, I see how his foundation has been built at Hollister Prep School for him to succeed. Through HPS partnership with the high schools, he's even able to take algebra as 0 period. These have given him the tools and confidence and habits he's developed at HPS to help him prepare for the high school. And he is currently a 4.0 student, straight A's, and I owe all that to HPS and all that structure that they all have offered him throughout the years to prepare him. So that makes me feel really incredibly proud as a parent to have my child who had started there as kindergarten and now is graduating, moving on to Hollister High School. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Sanchez.
Can you speak into the mic?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
There we go. I'm Norma Knox. I am the principal at Hollister Prep School. It's been my privilege to serve there for the last 2 years, working with students, staff, and families to increase the future possibilities for our students and to make the community of Hollister a better place. I am retiring in June. I have something new to say. But I am leaving Hollister Prep in the very capable hands of Nancy Salazar, who will be speaking next. But before I leave you, I want to publicly thank Lilia for her partnership. We have been, I think, making the most of a difficult situation together. We have become friends and close colleagues over the last couple of years, and I really appreciate the collaboration and partnership that we've had together. Thank you for your support.
Good evening, board members. My name is Nancy Estrada Salazar, and I'm honored to serve as the incoming principal of Hollister Prep. I began my teaching career here at HBS, and my own son graduated from Hollister Prep and then Hollister High School. So this school and community are very close to my heart, and I look forward to continuing our partnership together. I was born and raised in Hollister, and I've seen firsthand how this town shapes and supports its students. Hollister Prep is a community where students are encouraged to reach their potential and supported every step of the way. Over the years, I've had the privilege of watching students grow, not just academically, but also in character and confidence. Recently, HPS achieved a high status on our dashboard, a testament to the hard work of our educators, the support of our families, and the resilience of our scholars. Students leave HPS ready for high school with the skills they need to thrive and help our community become even better. Being part of this school means being part of a larger Hollister family. I've experienced it as a student, a parent, and an educator. Every day I see our students growing, discovering their strengths, and preparing for the challenges ahead. Hollister Prep equips students with the tools they'll need for the next chapter of their lives. Thank you for the time and for celebrating the success of all Hollister students. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we will close the public hearing. Okay, so now we're gonna have a report on differentiated assistance participant report.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Sanchez. I'm just going to get this report started. So this is a report at the board's request for participants in differentiated assistance to relay their experience in this program. And so just to recap, differentiated assistance, we were eligible for this year. We had 4 meetings. Tomorrow is our 4th and final for the year. And we focus on student performance, our MTSS teams, and improvement science. Okay, so first I have Katie Martinez was not able to attend tonight. She is a younger teacher at Rancho Santana, and she has little ones, so she asked if she could just include her information on the slide, and then I would relay that. There were 4 questions, that were asked. What is DA, what does it mean to me? How does DA support my work? And my greatest takeaways from DA are, and then what changes would I suggest? Katie says that it's an opportunity to collaborate with educators, administration, and the important and other important members in the district. It's part of the meaningful process to fix important issues in the district. How does DA support her work? She's a math teacher primarily. That's her representation. We strive to have representation from all the schools at the DA. However, as you can imagine, it's difficult with subs and whatnot. In this particular case, Katie came aboard representing our math department at the elementary level. So this work supports her in bringing back ideas and strategies to use with the team and at the school site, and investigate key issues for our district and create a plan for solving them. Katie was one of the ones that really benefited from our empathy interviews that we held with math students. She really had an impactful statement that she brought back after we did empathy interviews for our math students. Her greatest takeaway from DA is privilege to be a part of a team that works to, that's interesting. There we go. To make a difference for the scholars in our district, and you'll remember Rancho Santana refers to their students as scholars. And then what changes would she suggest? More, please. She really is a vibrant part of this DA process, and we welcome her participation. Now I'm going to turn it over to Rachel DiMenzio, who, as you know, is our HESTA representative, and she can press the down arrow to get to her slide.
So what DA means to me, it meant a chance to collaborate with district teachers and administrators around specific obstacles affecting students, and then also bringing focused attention to problems students face so that meaningful solutions could be found. DA supports my work in the following ways. It focuses my attention on specific students and the obstacles they might be facing. I'm also able to collaborate with others to help make my instruction and classroom practices more meaningful. Finally, my greatest takeaways from the DA experience are data is important. Looking at the data can reveal a lot about a school and a specific student population. Looking at data can also help make an insurmountable seeming problem feel more manageable. And I want to reiterate what Katie wrote. I think more DA is a good thing. And then I know that there are specific obstacles with sub availability, but seeing all schools represented, I think, would be my only suggestion.
Hi, I'm Vicky Valadez. I participated in DA as a teacher, and now as an assistant principal, so I feel like I have a slightly different perspective coming from the classroom more recently, and then now into administration, what it means to me. So I think that it's been a journey. You know, DA has been a journey, and where I'm at now is what it means to me is that we're really centering our decisions based on individual student needs. We're really putting them at the center. In our situation at Hollister Dual Language Academy, I think I finally came to the realization that for our school, language, right, ability, culture and background is essential for our students at our school. In dual immersion, balancing the language development for us is both English and Spanish, right? And then moving beyond the one-size-fits-all, again, unapologetically, we're not the same as every other school in the district. And that's a beautiful thing. However, right, our instruction needs to be just as responsive and data-informed and student-centered like everybody else. So there is a lot of collaboration that happens in these meetings, and we all benefit from it. So how it supports my work, this has provided a structure to analyze patterns, right? Both the macro and the micro. So really giving ourselves permission to take the time and listen to student stories, the empathy interviews, like really getting to the core of who our kids are. It creates a space for collaborative inquiry and shared responsibility, right? And it aligns supports across students, teachers, and systems. So we recently learned of the nested systems of support. It's a beautiful way to look at the work that we do, and we're really putting our kids intentionally in the center. So what is my greatest takeaway? Growth and intentionality and focus. We are digging deeper into root causes. I really feel as part of this journey, we are digging in deeper, and we're coming away with realizations that we really feel are going to be the most impactful. Increased emphasis on equity. In our case, it's our long-term English learners. That's who we are really focused on, and our students with disabilities. And again, putting them at the center. We value, I valued the strong guiding questions that the Ed Services team came up with during these meetings. Our Ed Services team is phenomenal. They are incredibly intelligent and thoughtful, and they have been guiding us in this process, and it has been such an honor to be part of this collaborative team. So again, recognizing that the collective efficacy ultimately, right, directly impacts student outcomes. So what would I change? I don't know that it would be a change, but I say continue building the capacity for collaboration and community of practice, right? Elevating student voice so that we look at qualitative data as well as quantitative. And lastly, listening to ensure ongoing support for our teachers that are at the closest point of impact to these students. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the time that you've taken from your families and from your day-to-day duties to complete these slides. Thank you, and for the nice words. It is such an honor to bring these people together. It's an incredible group. If you ever have, Trustee Toasty was able to come to one of our meetings. If you have time tomorrow before lunch, we're going to be doing a really amazing activity. I'm not going to spoil it for you, but you may get a paper cut. That's all you get.
I just have a question. So when you look at the data, then do you do lesson planning, or so are you doing like grade level, or how does that work?
So we look at the students that we are identified for differentiated assistance, and then we collect information from the various stakeholders in the room. So we have representation from CSEA, we have representation from our union, we have teachers, we have special ed, we have math, we have administrators. All these folks come together with different perspectives, and then they can say, we'll provide them with a list of, what is it that we are not, what are we missing serving these students? What is it that we need to implement in order to support them better so that they can grow out of the red areas or the orange areas. So it's not that there's any takeaways. I'd like to take that one away, but it really does influence our system and how we move forward. Many of the things that came from that have come from our DA meetings have been tasked at like the administrative level. You know, we realized we needed a set assessment program that would involve our special ed students so they too would have equitable access to demonstrating their mastery. That was an easy fix. So all of these things, it's just bringing everybody together and listening, as Vicki said, to the voices in the room and then creating action and moving forward.
I guess I'm asking on time. So when you meet and you figure out, you know, everything that's going on and what you need to work on, then do they get time in your meeting to work on how does it get to the child? How do we do the lessons?
Okay, so it's always student-centered. So
right.
we then look at, so there's an activity and we collect information and feedback on what is it that they see. For example, Katie and her math. How do we increase our math scores? And so then we talk about various things that we need to consider at different schools and different perspectives. And then we create an action plan, which is a mega spreadsheet that we've made, and it has, you know, no less than 150 actions. And so then we just start ticking them off, and we bring that to our admin meetings, we bring it to our Unite meetings with special ed, and we said, this is what we're collecting, how can we move forward? And then evaluating, so we want to follow the plan, do, study, act circle. So we have, we implement, and then we study, it worked, okay, and now we're gonna go on to something else, and we need to keep that plate spinning, so to speak.
So once you get your plate spinning, does it go to the principal and the principal makes sure that the teachers have the information they need? How does it get dispensed?
Yes, so we take it, the approach we've taken is that we have this meeting with this diverse group at DA, and that's 4 times a year.
Right.
Then we meet with the admin monthly. So we're gathering this information, and then we take it to the administrators meeting, and we will then present to them, here's what we see. We'll have an activity for them to derive how does this apply to your school site and your teachers and students. And then we meet at the Unite group, this special ed and ed services, and we look at a higher level of support. How can we support across the district our teachers in these particular areas? So it isn't anything that's concrete, like a lesson plan, but it is definitely actionable things that we're analyzing how our students are progressing. And then we check in, so the ed services team, we do all these meetings, and then on our back end, we're watching to see, okay, what is the suspension rate? What is the math, you know, IEB rates and whatnot? Because that's something that we can do where, you know, the site administrators are so busy with their parents and teachers and students, and the teachers are busy with their students. How can we support them in implementing changes and supporting the student?
So do you do walkthroughs with your?
We did do walkthroughs this year. Yeah. We walked through, it was a 5 pairs of, there were 10 of us, and so the doctors went and we had our little checklist, and so it was one gen ed and one special ed personnel administrator that went through. We went through every single school site. We've gone through twice, and we have rubrics, we have data, and it's been tremendous. I think the things that we pick up from that is, you know, it's easy for us to presume and think, okay, well, we know what that school's doing because they, you know, they fit kind of this stereotype or whatever. And so this walkthrough, I mean, really does like, oh no, that's not the case. You know, we have, the reality is this, and
it's hard.
Right. And
this is not easy for the teachers.
Absolutely.
It's not easy for the administrators.
Right. Yeah, so then we're going to follow up a 3rd walkthrough will be specific planning with the administrators, and it'll be very targeted based on the feedback that we collected from our rubrics. It's very organized, and then how can we, because we have 10 schools, and you can imagine they're all different. They all have different needs. So, you know, we are tasked with how do we support them and their needs being as diverse as they are. And as we've evolved with our admin meetings, we are going to be moving to next year a more technical assistance so that they're specific in their needs, they're addressing the needs at their school site.
That's awesome.
Thank
you. Very good.
It's quite a, and I threatened to cancel because we were short subs and it was a small group, and I thought, oh, we'll just cancel, and they were all like, oh, I thought I was gonna be thrown out. I'm like, no, you have to hold it. I said, okay. So, you know, when teachers are saying, you know, we need more people to hear this, that was a particular comment from a former HESTA president. We need more people here to hear this. And that's where we, you know, you feel validated that this work is really making an impact.
And I think the fact that you have representation from the different groups and those voices, you know, are there. I really like the fact that, you know, each person also gave their recommendation, and I think it's important to validate that as well, to show that we do still need to improve. I mean, and improving means that we're paying attention and we're seeking the outcome that we're all invested in. So I think it's prioritizing those types of things and knowing that we're doing great work, and it's just going to take some time to get there. But I think the more people that hear this, I think the more you'll get that buy-in.
Yes. Thank you.
Very good.
I do. I appreciate you bringing on two very important people, or three, that actually show and tell us their views. I mean, we hear a lot of reports from you, Colleen, and we love everyone, but it's important to hear from the people who implement it. And I just think this was a great report, a way to do a report. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, question. So what have you learned this year from doing DA in terms of why our students are not being more successful? And because I see pupil achievement is something that we have not met. And so through the course of the year, or over the years, what have you learned as to why our students are still struggling? And then do you have the opportunity to really develop strategies that are site-based, grade level based, and individual student based?
Yes, so I think what we've learned is that we get one plate spinning, and then we're like, okay, it's good, we're gonna focus on this plate, and then you have to come back to this plate and keep it spinning, and then keep the, you know, get them all at the same time. So I think the through line on our DA eligibility has been students with disabilities across the board. And so in my other report tonight, we'll be talking about how we've gone up in some areas and we've gone down. We, 2-3 years ago, we were eligible for chronic absenteeism. We nipped that right in the rear. But now here we are again, we're in chronic absenteeism. So it's all of those things. As our student population changes, we have to learn to adapt. And it's an incessant method of watching the data. We just have to watch data all the time. We have to monitor it. And so that we can say that, okay, we're watching math, but what about ELA? What about our LTELs? What about, I mean, we have so many different categories that we watch on. And that's what's nice about the DA process is when we bring a diverse group together, you know, their priority, Katie's priority is 3rd grade math. But when I have, you know, Rachel is a middle school math teacher, she's worried about middle school math. And so then I have, you know, CSEA there will say, well, our paras need, you know, they're influencing our process too. And so, and then we have administrative perspectives and saying, okay, we have to do all of this. So it's a lot to funnel down and to monitor. And we know that when we focus on something, we do fix it. homeless was 2 years ago, and that was resolved immediately. We looked at every 152 students that were homeless, and we knew exactly where they were and where they needed to be. People walk away from that meeting going, I had no idea that that student in my classroom was homeless and is not doing well in these areas. And so then what this will do is we can now carry this work into, and thank you. Sorry. Now I'm looking like a crazy lady. Here's what. But we can now take this information that we've practiced, this data analysis, and now we can implement it at the school sites and the MTSS teams, which I'll talk about later today. And then we can have, now it's not just Ed Services looking at all 6,000 students. We have site teams that are looking at their 800, 600 students and monitoring that, and then we can support the site teams. We're going to be rolling out, Vicki referenced nested systems. We'll be rolling out this systems transformation, and it really does set our purpose and pathway for how we support. And I talked so much I forgot the second part of your question. Sorry.
Well, I guess so. Through the DA process, the goal is not to say, okay, here's the reason why we're not achieving X, Y, or Z. Mm-hmm. So now we're going to develop 3 procedures or programs to address X, Y, and Z. That's not the goal.
That is the goal. Yeah.
So that was my original question, my first question, about what have you learned in terms of what are the 1 or 2 issues for student achievement, for example?
I see. Well, we do a process called improvement science, and we go to root causes. We ask 5 whys. We do a fishbone. We can come, I mean, everybody has some way, and if we could nail it down to 2 or 3 things, then we would absolutely do it. But unfortunately, you have so many elements that impact that outcome, and it's hard to say, is that an intended consequence or unintended consequence for this particular student? So it's ever evolving, and where we may find the magic thing that will resolve this, we always have to keep, our population changes and the students grow on, and so then we're looking at something different. And so I think that's the ability to equip ourselves and our people with responding to ever-changing needs of the students. And while they fall into buckets under ELA or math or chronic absenteeism or suspension, that itself, but when we dial it down into like the exact student at this school, it can be very vast as far as they, you know, live in a car, they don't have meals at home, they don't have, you know, laundry service or any of those things. That is where we get into the nitty gritty and have to consider so many factors that are impacting that student's performance. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I do think though, as a district, I'm just gonna throw this out, that in regards to attendance, if children get the work and are doing the work when they're out, they pretty much stay, you know, they don't lose. But we have a lot of families, because of work or language or whatever, when a child is out, they're out, and they lose. And that's the hard part.
Yeah.
And how do we, and maybe if we educated a little bit more our parents, they might understand the importance of Freddie missing every Wednesday or every Friday or whatever.
Right. Yeah, and that's just another layer to those things that we have to consider. You know, the parent component of it. We have them for 7 hours and then they go home. And what have they undone in the 7 hours that, you know, so out of that comes like, okay, we're going to do attendance recovery programs. We know our 8th graders, our TKs, and our kinders are the worst attending students. So what can we do? Sarah Vista is doing a Saturday kinder boot camp. Rancho Santana is doing something as well. We have Rancho San Justo that's doing a Saturday school. So they are now going to say, okay, we see you, but we're not going to let you go. We're going to, you know, come to school. we'll continue the academics and we'll continue those conversations. And that student then builds those connections, because a lot of times some of these kids just don't have a connection. And I'll go over some of the Kelvin data that we've collected, and that is really a big piece. It's for kids to feel like somebody on campus sees them, and then they are like, oh, well, somebody does care. You know, that could be impactful. And so then their learning goes up and their attendance improves, and then they, you know, are more regulated. They have access to mental health. So it's all of those things, Cheryl, that, you know, like, you never know, like, oh, it's that right there. You know, it's really hard for us. You know, we want to avoid solutionitis. We want to consider all things. So that's what we're doing. And we're going to have a fun day tomorrow. So if you're able to make it.
How did the schools fund the Saturday day?
So these are community schools that are doing those. We can do that. Sarah Vista is not a community school, but she has site funds and she wants to prioritize. So I was curious what an ADA costs the district, and it's about $100 a kid. So if we were able, if you have chronic kids that are absent, kids that are chronically absent, you know, that can be an impact to your bottom line. And so when they prioritize that and say, hey, we really do feel like kindergarten and TK, that's foundational years. When they miss 10 days, all it takes is 10 to be chronically absent, they've missed a lot. And so how can we bring them back in? And just creative funding, you know, and we're happy to support that, because we want kids here and we want them to have access to the things that we can provide.
Good. Well, I just always wonder if it's better that they stay after school or do the Saturday. I don't know. Is there a study on that? How the kids?
I don't know, but I'll look. We'll do a 5 whys on it and find out. I think it's you know, for parents, because we have ELOP, so every certificated teacher that we hire for ELOP, and they give 1 hour of academic support to those students. We have 900 kids in ELOP. That's a lot. And you can be proactive. So if the kid goes and they've never been absent, great, that's fine. And then 2 months from now they're absent, guess what? It's already cleared because they've already attended. So it's just amazing how we can, you know, work all these systems together and get that. And I think just a variety.
Right.
The spice of life.
Yeah. Can we include migrant too?
Migrant counts, we're doing that attendance recovery, yep. Jennifer Miller's working on that right at the moment. She has, I don't know if you remember, last year she said she was gonna drive to everybody, all the LTL's houses and pick them up so that they were not chronically absent. So, aside from buying her a van, she is all on it. She is like, that is the first group. So Rancho San Justo has a 0 period, if you'll recall, so that they can do their electives. And she is just so excited to find out how many days have been recovered from that group. And that's ELs or LTLs, but then in the migrant, that's all certificated. Anytime a certificated teacher is with providing a curriculum to students, and for every
that time.
Yeah, for every 4 hours negates 1 day of absence.
Perfect.
Yep, all things considered.
Yeah, it's a big program.
It's a big program.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you again for your time, ladies.
Thank you. Now it's time for the report on classified school employee summer assistance program.
Good evening, everyone, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Sanchez, everyone here. My name is Linda Villalon, I'm the HR Director for Hollister School District, and I'm here tonight to share a report with a representative of our labor partner from CSEA, Mrs. Jackie Munoz, First VP of Chapter 625. So Jackie and I are going to present an overview of the California School Employee Summer Assistance Program. It's a program offered by the CDE that we agreed with CSEA to pilot for next year in our district. We are going to talk about how this program supports our classified workforce and share what the life cycle and the timeline of the program will look like over the course of the next school year. So All right, so Jackie will talk to us today about what this program is all about.
So what is CSAP? That's the acronym. It's administered by the California Department of Education. It provides state matching funds to the district. It's based on voluntary payroll withholdings from classified employees during the 26-27 school year. Employees elect an amount to be deducted from their monthly paychecks. The state provides a dollar for dollar match, up to $1 for every $1 withheld. Employee contributions plus state match are paid out. It will be distributed during the summer recess period in 2027. So the employee can elect to a payout in 1 or 2 payments. It's designed to support income stability for classified employees during non-work months. The 2026-27 is a pilot year. Okay. Next slide. Who is eligible? Who is eligible? A classified employee may be eligible to participate in the program if they have been employed with the Hollister School District for at least 1 year at the time they elect to participate in the program. Also, are employed in the regular assignment for 11 months or less out of a 12-month period. Hours worked outside of the regular assignment shall be excluded. For example, extra additional hourly or overtime or summer school hours. Eligibility also, they need to have a regular annual pay of $62,400 or less for an entire school year at the time of enrollment. This amount includes any longevity pay they receive in addition to their regular assignment.
So there's a strict timeline issued by the CDE that we have to follow. So the January 1st was the first deadline that we had to meet. So in December of 2025, we sent out a notification to all classified staff that the district would intend to participate in the 26-27 school year. Mid-January, the form became available by the CDE. We downloaded that in the HR department. We distributed that via email to our classified staff. By March 1st, and there was a time period between January and March that we definitely promoted. We helped CSEA promote as best we could at the time. So March 1st, employees had a deadline to submit their form. There were a lot of questions that we fielded. I know CSEA did their part in helping us to answer those questions along with the business department. So the next, the next deadline that's upcoming is April 1st. So the district will notify the CDE. There is a portal that we have set up. So we will upload all of the information of participating members and report number of participants. We'll do that with the help of, our business department, our CDO, Beth Wilson, and our finance manager, Deanna Haygood. And Esther Villanueva, of course, has been helpful in answering the questions as well of participants. May 1st, we will get the info from the CDE. They're going to provide an estimated match ratio that is going to be available. June 1st, employee decision window. So by June 1st, the district will share the match ratio with employees, and so employees will have time within the first 30 days of the start of the school year to decide whether they're going to modify their amount to be withdrawn or if they're going to withdraw. But of course, the goal is that they stay in the program. So July 31st of next year, the following year, 2027, district will request the state matching funds from the CDE, and the CDE will release the funds in September of 2027 to the district. And just note, July 31st and August 31st of 2027, classified employees will receive their payments depending on, the payment option that they chose at the time of enrollment. They would have had an option to choose a 1 payment payout or 2 installment over 2 months.
So they don't get the money in the summertime?
They will, July 31st and August 31st.
July 2027, July or
okay.
in July and August if they choose 2 payments.
Okay.
So this next slide just illustrates the collaborative efforts between the district and CSEA. CSEA sent out newsletters. They also had announcements at their chapter meetings, presentations site by site, flyers were sent out, HR sent out reminder emails. I know the business department and HR in conjunction, we fielded a lot of questions. There were a lot of questions and concerns. There were some concerns from employees asking about the difference between deferred pay and this program, so we helped answer those questions, and I think we probably encountered those same questions.
So to recap, there's a lot of benefits to the CSAP. Obviously, extra income during the summer, especially for classified employees who work less than 12 months. And the state is matching it, so win-win for everybody. And it reduces financial stress for our classified employees. It's additional income during the summer, and it's helpful and beneficial. And I think it's a good program for our classified. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Jackie. So this is just a quick snapshot of what the total enrollment looked like when we were done trying to promote this program. So of the classified staff, 233 were eligible. 83 staff members submitted forms. There's a 36% participation rate for the first year. Again, I just want to emphasize, people did have concerns about deferred pay because a lot of people didn't want to give up their deferred pay. You could do both. You could do deferred pay and participate in this program, but this is a pilot year, so they don't have anything to compare it to. So this first group of 83 staff members will definitely be like the trial group, and we'll see how we do for the following year. Okay, so this is just to reiterate our next step. So April 1st, we'll get the information to the CBE. By May 1st, we'll get the state match info. June 1st, employees, we'll share that information with the employees, and then they'll have a chance to decide if they want to stay with this program. There was a lot of collaboration. I felt like I just want to say thank you to your board. So Annabelle Alvarez, Monica Ruiz, Adela Ruiz, Robin Jackson, the CSEA labor rep. I am indebted to her for all of the advice and support and information that she gives me. She's very honest, and I appreciate that. But she walked me through this process. Deanna Haygood, our fiscal services manager, Beth Wilson, our CBO, and Esther Villanueva, who's she does payroll for classified staff. Like I said, it takes a village, and it's a group effort, and we're gonna do this. Here we go.
That's wonderful. I think it's a great program. It's a win-win, you know?
Do you want to add anything?
No, I'm just excited to see how this works its way through.
What does it cost the district? What does it cost the district?
The cost to the district is the payroll taxes that need to be collected on the state match.
So, a follow-up question, because I know you have already calculated the amount that these 83 employees wanted to set aside. So that would be a rough estimate of what that comes out to be.
That would be their share.
Right. Correct, but what, like, for example, if I want to set aside $250 a month, you know already, okay, that for Liz, I can calculate $250 per month times 11, then this is how much possibly the district is going to get back from the state, because it's the gross.
That would be the match from the state. The state hasn't paid a one-for-one match in a couple of years, so they're paying a percentage of that.
Correct.
They'll let us know what that percentage is, and then we would be able to know approximately what those taxes are, but we are 3 years out from having to make those payments in July and August of 2027. And in that time, some of those tax rates may and will change, that the district would be responsible for paying. Workers' comp, unemployment are two of them. These are not.
No, I guess I'm just, what I wanted was, you know, we're on the hook for $180, or, you know.
Yeah, but see, I won't know that until those rates come out. Because it would be that, the rate in 2027 applied to the state's actual match in 2027.
Okay, I didn't want like specific, because I know there's, I think it was just kind of coming to a dollar amount roughly of what these 83 people that wanted to do it. Because I know there were a lot of questions when it came to what this would happen, you know, because a lot of people were thinking, where's my money going to? Am I gonna get the money back? The money doesn't go anywhere, it stays here, just like our deferral does. It's the district paying the employee, and the district then gets reimbursed by the state. And I think that is what needs to be clarified.
Think of this as the old Christmas accounts that we used to have in the bank, where you would put money in every month, and then in Christmas you take it out and you get a little bit of extra because you had interest. Well, the state's going to pay you better than the bank's interest because it's going to be a higher rate of match. Somewhere around, we're hoping for about 80%. So then when you get to that Christmas time, or in this case, that summertime, then you get that money back. So it's going to be something very similar to that for those of us that are old enough to remember Christmas. I just realized that half the room may not even know. Thank you, Grace. I always appreciate your support. But it'll be like that. It's also parallel to the one item that seemed to be causing the most questions and concern, which is the deferred pay. That is also the same sort of thing. You elect to have so much money come out every month, and it's held for you, and then you get it in the case of deferred pay, you get it in July. Only on that one, there's no match and there's no interest.
Correct.
So,
but it was basically the same concept, and I think that's what, you know, the uncertainty was with the deferral, because I think in our district, how it was mapped out, because you have to select an amount from 1% to 10% was the max that you can also take out for this program. And so you needed to know what that was for you individually. So I appreciated a lot that every employee who could qualify got, this is your gross amount, and this is your range that you can do from 1% to 10% max. And this is what you're currently doing for deferral, because I think that was the other scary part was, well, I don't know what to put, you know, because I'm afraid to commit more money. What if I can't pay my bills? What if I can't make ends meet? You know, so I think it was that uncertainty of, I don't trust this, you know, program because we've never done it before, right? And where does my money go?
And it's withholding not just one pot of money, but now a second pot if you choose to do both.
But with that, I mean, you don't get anything other than your own money back. And this is you investing your money with a dividend that you're gonna get back. You know, they say up to dollar for dollar, but it hasn't been dollar for dollar for quite some time, but at least any amount that you're getting matched, if it's 56 cents, 75 cents, it's a good return compared to just getting your own money back when you just do the deferral. So I think it was just getting that type of anxiety and explaining it a little bit more, but you had 233 employees that were eligible in this district, and you're so, you know, you have spread out with, you know, 10 sites. It's a lot harder to get that level of explanation to each one individually, and that takes a huge effort for a district this size.
We did go to the sites. Each of us went and had a presentation, and you can elect to stop it.
Yes, that's what I liked about this, because then, you know, like for deferral, I can't pick the amount. The district decides how much they're taking out for deferral. With this program, I could say, you know, I normally get 168 taken out, but I only want 150. I now have control over what is being taken out with this program versus the deferral, where I don't have a say on how much is taken out every month. But I think the dividend and the return is I think what people are gonna really appreciate. And the thing is, they can't opt in once, if March 1st passed, that was the deadline. So whoever didn't get a chance out of, those people, they missed it for next year.
And the 83 people will be the testimonial.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
It's a good
I agree. It's a great program. I am so happy that we're doing it. I think those individuals are gonna have some really great things to say about it. Yeah, I appreciate all the hard work that all of you took, cause for this size, any district, it's massive to get the information out there and get people to sign up. So I'm so happy you guys did it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to have a report on trimester 2 student performance report. This report provides an overview of the year-to-date student performance and indicators for 25-26. And we're supposed to listen. It's recommended that we listen.
I recommend that you hear this. Sit down. Oh, you already are. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Sanchez. Again, I'm going to go over some exciting information, and we're going to talk about our student performance and how we are moving along. So let's get started. I want to thank Brandon for allowing me to have live slides with actions and blinking things and moving parts. So thank you, Brandon, for accommodating that. All right, so this is trimester 2. We're going to always reference our whole child. We look at the whole child. We know that academic, behavior, and social emotion are equally important in our children's upbringing and progress. So let's start with MTSS teams. This has been something that we've rolled out more this year. We started last year, and at every site there is an MTSS team that is a diverse group of people that come together and talk about students with needs. And these could be self-referred, it could be something that the administration identifies, teachers identify, but what counts is that you have this diverse group coming together and looking at a student and how they're progressing, and then sharing ideas and strategies on how to help that student progress. So in the MTSS team, so what happens in this process is a teacher or anyone, parent of a student themselves can say, I need help. Like something isn't right. I'm not progressing in my behavior or in academics or social emotional. And so that referral is done via a Google form or a paper form, and it's turned into the administration to that group of folks that we just looked at. And then the group meets, they talk about all of these various things that could be impeding a student's progress, and then they try. They try a tier 1 implementation. Maybe a student needs a fidget toy. Maybe a student needs mental health check-ins. Maybe a student needs more time to take a test or something like that. And so then the tier 1 interventions are applied, and they check back in. So that's what this number is there in the first column. Those are all the referrals for just trimester 2. So if you think that our teachers are not paying attention, they sure are, because look there are 51 students that were referred in T1 at one school, 48 at another. So those are all just the referrals saying, I need help beyond what I can do in the classroom. I need help. And so then they meet, they try tier 1 interventions. That could be a variety of things. And then they have a second meeting. They come back and they talk about this student. And so if progress is not made, then they move on to an SST. An SST is an elevated student study team. That's where the parent comes in and participates. The group has said, we've tried X, Y, and Z. It's not working. We need to try something else. And then from there, they may administer additional interventions, different strategies, tier 2 strategies. And so then you can see
From that group, they try these different things, and if that doesn't work, then you have the number of SST referrals that go for assessment. Now this is where that big group of MTSS team has said, we've tried everything. The teachers tried everything. We've done tier 1, we've done tier 2, we've dabbled in tier 3, but now we need to assess. What's important about this number in that column right there is that you look at the number that qualified. So what we're really doing with this team is we're getting efficient with identifying students that are truly in need of a special ed intervention or an IEP. And so all of these students, if we back up to the very first, say the school with 51 referrals, to get to 51 to 17, that means that bulk of kids got what they needed. They didn't need to move on. We did it right there. We didn't have to wait weeks and weeks and weeks and then waste time, staff time, and the students' anxiety for taking an assessment, a special ed assessment. We solved it right there. And then from the SST time to the SST assessment, again, reduced it. So from 51 to 17, 17 to 4, we're getting really efficient with identifying the students' needs. And then from 4, how many qualified? 3 of those 4. So now we are accurately identifying students that really do need a tier 3 intervention right here. And then you get super efficient when you go to the did not qualify. Those zeros mean that we did the right thing, because now we're only assessing kids when we actually know when there's something that is going to qualify them. We're not saving, or we're not wasting staff time and student angst and parents, ringing, because there's nothing worse than having assessed a student and them not qualifying. Because now what? If we've tried everything, now what? Do we go back to square one and we try things? We should have done that in the very first place so we can continue on the learning. Did you have a question?
Well, we have discussion, but I'm thinking that in regards to the SST referrals, I think, can these steps be skipped if the student is in really big trouble, or do we have to go through each step, or can steps be, like, oh no, we need to SST this person?
Right, you need a fast track.
Right.
Well, we really want to spend that time in collecting data. Is it something, do they have enough to eat? One kid was, we didn't know, the parents didn't tell us, and the kid didn't tell us, but they were sending glasses every day in the backpack, and he wasn't wearing them. Mm-hmm. And so, when you get to that point, we're like, oh, well, we had no idea. You didn't tell us that, and if the kid's not going to advocate to wear glasses, right? So then, okay, boom, then it was fixed. But it is truly that time period. It's so important to be listening to the student and the teachers and the adults involved, so that we can address those things in that time. The last thing that we want to do is over-identify and waste time with the assessments and whatnot, because it's gotten us nowhere. Now we've wasted all this time. We're a semester into it. The kid has really fallen behind in reading or whatever it is, unregulated, mental health needs, whatever it is. And but to your point, every student is a case by case. We can't lump any of the kids together. We look at all of it: attendance, star data. What is their, do they eat their meals? Do they, have friends? It's all of that, yes. And so that's what's nice about this process, is that it is just an amazing way to look at how we serve students.
Well, can you give me like a timeline? So like, how many months does it take for a student to get referred to an SST? We know in August we see learning that something's not right.
Sure.
So you start the process. So how long would it take for someone to get through?
Again, it's situational. I would say on average 4 to 6 weeks, because you're going to see right away. And these the MTSS teams are meant to meet weekly, so that they are always looking, and they're going to have the 51 that are just referred, and then the 48 that were in first trimester, because again, we're keeping all these plates spinning, right? So they have a constant, and they are going to talk about students quickly. It's not like a belabored thing. We had Lad Lane come and demonstrate their MTSS team to the admin, and they talked about six students in 3 minutes. And everybody, so what happens on the team is that we're talking about a student, we're going to, okay, this looks like a mental health thing, and then somebody's assigned to that student to work on a tiered intervention and to be the communicator between the parents and the teacher and all of that. So when you have 10 people on a team and they're all assigned, 3 students, that's 30 kids in a week, we can really accelerate that.
Right.
So, and be responsive. So really we want to look at like 4 to 6 weeks SST, and that's involvement from the Gen Ed BCBA or maybe the Special Ed BCBAs. We've now, thank you, nurses are now going to participate. So what sort of medical things have we not been considering that could be impeding the student progress, right? So it is situational. I would think, we want to react as quick as possible, but we don't want to over assume what it might be and then miss our opportunity to really address this situation.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Couple questions. So on this chart, do we read across? Is that like one school?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I didn't want to shame anyone, so I didn't put the school names.
Okay.
I didn't want anything, no shade whatsoever. I am really proud about the work. So it is a linear, yes,
Okay.
You're going to read it horizontally.
Okay, and then I take a little bit of offense to you saying that doing an assessment for a student who doesn't qualify is wasted time.
Okay.
I really believe that an assessment, no matter the eligibility, gives very useful information. To that point, the students who get all the way to the assessment, what happens to those students who don't qualify?
So
where do they go back somehow, or are they just, they don't qualify, so you're on your own?
We just ship them off and we're not going to look at you. No, we start all over again. And I do appreciate your honesty and candor too, because I'm not a special ed person and I'm looking at a system, so I do appreciate your feedback on that. But we go back to the drawing board. Okay, it's not this, so what else can we work in partnership with our parents so that, we can help the student? And maybe it's just something that we just have to try all these other things that we thought we tried and we're going down the wrong road and whatnot. We don't give up.
Would it be possible to add to a chart like this, students who may or may not have gone through the assessment process, but they get a 504 plan?
Yes.
And to have some quantifiable evidence.
Sure.
Of that.
Yeah, and the 504 is going to fall in between the SST and the assessed.
Right.
I mean, that we're going to identify.
Or it could be after the assessment.
Sure, right, absolutely. Yes, we can add that into that data collection for sure. Yeah, yep.
Colleen, I appreciate that any staff member can refer to MTSS, because you might have an intervention teacher.
Yes.
You might have a principal. You might have a liaison who knows the entire family and knows the trauma that's going on.
Yep.
They can refer. That's really good.
Yeah, it's fantastic to get that diverse group of skill sets there. Everybody is an expert in their lane, and so typically at most sites it's the assistant principal that's running the MTSS teams, and they just are the leader, and then they assign tasks, and everybody's actively participating. There's nobody that's just sitting there and not knowing what to do. It's high structure, like this is precious time. We have 60 minutes to talk about 48 students, let's go, and so you have to have structure. We have a couple sites that are still coming along, and I really appreciate that they're growing into it, but we have really strong sites that we can send them to, and they've gone and they've visited and they've witnessed how to run things, and you can tell how things are going because teachers feel supported. They know that their student is on that list, and they hear like the mental health therapist is talking to them about their student. So teachers are feeling supported. They're getting development in tier 1 for like behavior and social emotional. We can develop our PD in that, and so I think the overall is just amazing. So exciting. Yes.
I thought of two more questions, I'm sorry. So is the MTSS considered a general ed function?
It's a tier 1. Everybody, it's accessible for everyone.
So we have special educators on that team, correct?
We can have the RSP teacher and,
but then we don't have the special ed teachers on the SST team, correct?
No.
The SST team can be, yeah, go ahead, if you want
Yes,
to talk
I
to
did.
that.
So, the site can determine for MTSS who is on that team. So, we do have SLPs on those MTSS teams. We do have sites on those teams. We often will have special education teachers join because it's a collaborative to work together to support students. And so they're working on core instruction, they're working on interventions for those students. For the SSTs, yes, we do have the team members that can support that student with the knowledge that the specialization to support that student will attend those meetings. They'll look at exclusionary factors because ultimately the goal, the team has already sifted through all these factors as they go through these monitoring components. So they're really just looking at exclusionary factors. Have these interventions met the needs of the students, or do we need to look at anything else? Are these due to these factors? Are the underachievement areas due to these factors? Are they due to other sort of extraneous exclusionary factors? And then they would say, hey, let's pause. Let's gather more info from parent. Let's address these things. But yeah, we do have, it's a team effort, so special education teams and general education staff working together with parents.
So then things have changed then in the last couple of years, because at I don't know, for the last 15 years probably, special ed was not allowed to go to SST meetings because that was a gen ed function. And so I was just a little confused about that.
Yeah.
And then with like our, the different teachers that are on the MTSS, and since they are kind of assigned students to follow, right? They can be monitored or whatever you said.
Typically, that's not going to fall on the classroom teacher. We wouldn't want to, put that. We would want to put it on somebody who has the time and resources to call and connect and gather information and what.
So not everybody on the MTSS is assigned students to.
They could, or they may not be. Right.
Okay, because I was wondering, about that and the extra workload on teachers, because some could be a piece of cake and not a lot of attention is needed. Others could be very involved.
Right. Yes, and we're very cognizant of that, and really this is, not only to support the students, but then to support the teachers where their students are coming to them. And we certainly don't want to add an additional burden to them. We want to make sure that, they're supported. And when we have something new that, comes up with a student need, we want to know, okay, how can we support? We have somebody observing in the classroom. We have, let's strategize together so that they're supported.
Okay, because it sounded like everybody on the team got assigned to a student or 2 or 3.
Yeah, every team runs a little differently. Every culture is a little different. Some schools are not able to have teachers at the MTSS meeting. Some do. It can be, the core of it is that the administrator and, we have those specialized staff members there. We certainly want to have the teacher there, but sometimes it's not feasible. So, yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
One more. When do you engage the parent?
So hopefully the parent is notified right away that, hey, we have a question, or maybe the parent has even said, I'm concerned about my student. Right. Great, here's our process. This is what we're going to do. We're going to talk about your student at our weekly meeting, and then at the SST level, when that elevates, they can come in at any time. There's no exclusion of that. They can participate, and it's good for them to know. Hopefully that communication is going out, so it's a proactive approach instead of, now we're having an assessment and like, what's happening? Right. They're blindsided by that.
So they should be notified in the first.
Yes, there should be clear communication, and that's really a lot that the teacher is communicating to the parent, like, hey, I think there's something, in talking with that parent about their student and their progress, I think I'm gonna refer them to the MTSS team and the explanation that goes. And that's all in the development that we're moving forward with. We have implemented at the school site at the administrative level, and now we wanna move to informing staff. So tomorrow at DA, we're gonna be talking about the MTSS teams and moving from a push system to a pull system. And
What do you mean by that?
so instead of like, you're gonna do this, how can we help you? How can we pull you up and give you the resources? So typically it's, like this delivery of try. How can we together pull them into a resource for the student with the tier 1? For example, the Gen Ed BCBA going into the classroom and saying, okay, here's some strategies, that we would try, and I will be here to consult or, support you and model those sort of things. Does that make sense? Well, I'll be
So it's a
touching
mindset shift
for
going from a push to a pull. It's a mindset.
It's an intentionality, I think. It's for us to think, like, we're not going to say, you're gonna do this. We're going to say, what do you need so we can provide this for you? So we're pulling the need and then serving it instead of saying, it looks like you need to do this and making, and that's not what we want. We wanna make sure that the student is being supported by their need and the teacher as well.
Well, and the parent.
And the parent.
If it's behavior,
Sure.
you need to have a parent.
We need to have a parent for all of it.
Right.
Yeah.
You have to have the parent.
Yep. Okay, we'll get into pull and push later on in our systems transformation. I have yet another presentation for you all at some point in the future. Okay, let's go over some exciting stuff for T2, the academic, social, emotional behavior. This is our preliminary dashboard stuff. So we always like to look at this and how we can predict what we might be looking at for the dashboard. So this year's from 2025, this is our dashboard. All the little red arrows mean that we went down from the previous year. All the green arrows mean that we went up. So if you look, we went down in chronic absenteeism. So we talked about this earlier, how we focused on chronic absenteeism and we were out of DA for it, but oops, we're in again. All right, and then we went down we declined in suspensions this year, and that was another impact on our dashboard. But for academics, you see more greens than reds, so we did well there, but we didn't do well in chronic absenteeism. These are all those plates that are spinning, and then there's all the student groups that they're all being measured by. And so this is the tree, I'm gonna call it, and this is what we're gonna be compared to for next year. When we look at the data that I'm gonna present, how do we think we're gonna end up for the dashboard at the end of the year, okay? This is our tree, and this is our forest. So we're always asking questions in Ed Services, and we're always curious. So this was something that we thought, okay, how does this compare to the last 10 years since SBAC has been implemented? So it was implemented in 14-15, and of course, being a new test, students bombed. And so you see the 32, 23 percentiles there. That's the percentage of proficient at or above proficients in standards. And then you can see how we had accelerated and moved on and improved. And then we had a 2-year blip there that just wiped the slate clean, and we restarted. We came back in 21-22, and that's where we started. And so you can see the graphs there that we are on the upward swing, and we are improving. We are recovering from a catastrophic reset of student learning, but we know we have the potential. So of course, that we love questions. So what happened? What happened at this peak in 17, 18, 18, 19? Why were we so high there? So we're looking at initiatives, we're looking at programs, we're looking at all of the details. What was the assigned administrators, what were the things that we were doing at that point so that we can look and see, is that applicable now? And do we need to maybe replicate that, or what can we learn from that so that we can mimic that in the future? So this was just fascinating. I wanted to share it because this is what we do in ed services. We just, geek out on this stuff. And how we're, we are making slow changes, moving up, and we've got a plan. Okay? Any questions on this?
No, great.
It's fascinating to me. All right, so then we have star reading. So this is a great picture of, the star reading is our third, some second graders to 8th grade. They take the far left indicator is our winter score last year. Then we had our baseline because everybody was still asleep from summer and they didn't do well. We took a fall and then we did a winter. If I took out the baseline in the fall, we would see that trajectory up from year to year, right? Apples to apples. So this year, 50.2% of our students are at or above benchmark in reading. So that's really exciting. We are making progress. This is great. If we were to go off of this and we're looking at a graph, this is really exciting for us. So we said, okay, what about math? And super wonky, we did really low last year and at winter. Then we had our baseline. Again, everybody's still sleepy from summer. And then we peaked in the fall. We went down a little bit in the winter assessment. But when we look year to year, we're still ahead, right? And that equated to 43.8% at or above proficiency. Okay? In math. Any questions so far?
It's 48%.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to see.
48.6.
Thank you. We did better than I thought. Thanks, Jack. Okay, 48%, 0.6. I can see that now. And then here's our CBM reading. So this is our littles, our kinder first and some second graders. This is their winter versus baseline fall and winter again. Again, all of our winters are higher than a year ago. So we had 51.1, did I read it correctly? Percent at or proficient benchmark there. And then for math, again, we have a higher winter this year than we did last year. And we have 58.9%. This is very encouraging for our math scores. Okay? So that is how we are doing there. Any questions on academics? Okay, it's very exciting. I'm really looking forward to it. And when we look at the behavior, it makes sense because we're on this upward trend. So we have chronic absenteeism is 19.4. Please let us be under 20%. We are down 3.34% from this time last year.
Oh,
let's go, people. Let's get them. Jen is going to be out there driving that bus, picking up kids. They are coming to school. And so that's really exciting to see. When we look month to month, here it is. We had August was not great. But then from that point, from October on, our chronic absenteeism has been less than it was last year. And we have more kids. That's what's crazy. So we have more kids coming more often. So this is encouraging to me. I'm so excited about this. And then we look at our incidences. Okay, so we get them to school. Now, how are they coexisting at school? So we had, so far, 1,773 total incidences this year. That could be, he hit me, that could be somebody broke my toys, that could be a suspension. These are all office referrals, something that would require a note home or office intervention, right? So this is down 95 from last year. That's amazing. So not only are they coming to school, but they're behaving in a way that allows them to stay safe in school. How does that look for, and we have to attribute it to our Gen Ed BCBA. She's doing so much work with all those little itty bitties and helping our teachers and our administrators and our parents learn what a little TK and kinder do when they're at schools. She's had 39 referrals from January to February. At the end of last year, she had a total of 80. So she's on pace to she's, you know, in 1 month's time, she's already at half of what she had for the entire last year. So she'll keep working on that. She's attending the MTSS meetings at RSS, CV, R.O. Hardin, HDLA, and Lad Lane. She's also consulting at the middle schools. She's not just an elementary resource. She has the website that you've seen before on our HSE website. And then she started a TK small group at Sunny Slope Safe Hands Kind Friends. Because these little buggers, we're gonna get to another slide that's really bothersome, and we wanna make sure that those students are able to behave and coexist safely. And they have friends, and they're happy, and they're connected, right? They're so little. And they just don't have the resources. It's okay, it's nobody's fault, it's just they are not equipped. They're coming out of isolation, right? And, you know, all of these things that our society, that they're navigating. Okay, so then when we look at suspensions, if you'll recall, we did some very targeted, we focused on 4, at this point last year, we focused on 4 school sites that were really on pace for a high number of suspensions. And Kip and I were like, whoa, what can we do for this? Because this isn't gonna be good. It's not good for kids. They need to be here to learn, and we need to make sure that that they are being served where they need. You know, we wanna make sure that connection's there. So we gathered this data, I didn't, Emma did, and put this together. The yellow column is as of March 6th, I think, and then the far right column was where they ended it last year. So if you'll take a look at May's, 14% down to 3, or if I round up, 3%. Wow, the Hawks are doing really great. Take a look at Rancho San Justo, 11% down to 4, amazing. And then Rancho Santana, is it still here? No. 4% down to less than 1%. That is amazing. So we'll keep working there. We want to make sure, if we look down at the Hollister School District, we ended with a 4.2. We want to make sure we're halfway there. We know springtime, we only have, it's spoiler alert, we only have 46 days left. And so, like, please, everybody, let's get through the end of the year without blowing up this, because then, guess what? We're still gonna do DA, but we're not gonna be in DA. So I am so excited about this. There's definitely some things that we need to focus on here, and schools that we're going to support, and so that we are being equitable and culturally responsive and moving forward.
Colleen, is the TK problem at Sunny Slope, is that because that's our TK hub?
Yes, it is a challenge for the admin, and that's why we have that TK small group with the Gen Ed BCBA. And so what we want to get to, and I think the next slide is, the next 2 slides, I'm going to explain a program that equips the administrators with tools that are appropriate to respond to behaviors that need to be corrected, right? So yes, it is, that is primarily the issue at TK and at Sunny Slope, if that's what you're referencing, in the 8% there. But we know that our children, I feel my hair is falling, we know that our children are smart, and so they said, well, gosh, if I throw this chair and I get to go home, then I'm gonna throw the chair again. And if it doesn't happen, then I'm gonna throw the chair and I'm gonna smack somebody, right? So this is the thing that we wanted. We don't wanna create bad habits in TK. We want them to stay there and work through this. So that's what Evelyn is doing with that little group, and so that they are learning to respond in safe ways with their peers.
3 years old is very young. Very young.
Yep. Yeah, and I feel confident with the expert. I mean, this is her zone. This is what she did in the private industry, and I mean, she said already their #1 offender Their #1 student focused has already turned in a week's time. She's just got it like, okay, this is what we do. And then guess what? She's gonna go in the classroom, she's gonna equip the teacher with those tools. How do we respond? What do we do when this behavior is presented?
Well, are you doing then, do you pull the parent in so that they get the help?
Yes.
Because if it's not being done at home.
Right. Well, and I mean, we absolutely need, again, we have them for 7 hours. Please don't undo everything we just did. So yes, there's a component where that connection is. Here's the vocabulary that we're gonna be using. Here's the hand signals that we're gonna be using, so that the teacher gets that, or the parent gets that same lesson from our efforts.
Is that a one-shot deal with the parents, or does she have like a parent group, a 6-week thing or something? Because, you know, for the younger they are, the more they're a reflection of their own.
Yes.
And so, you know, this is such a different environment. And, you know, I really wonder how much of the TK behavior is actually pretty typical 3- and 4-year-old behavior in a home environment.
Right.
Versus, you know, now you're in a structure and you can't be 3 years old anymore.
Right. Well, when we look at like what these 3- and 4-year-olds have been through, they've been in an isolated environment where they haven't had practice sharing and playing on playgrounds and working that conflict resolution at home, you know, in their home environment. But yes, and I think that's where we're gonna be going next. Evelyn has been, she's currently working on yard duty training for our yard duty, which will be Thursday, and then working on a parent component of it, because that's what's so important for that extension. That here we see they're just totally different kids. I mean, totally different than, you know, when I was a kindergarten teacher. It's just completely different. So yeah, that is the next step. How do we continue this on, and how do we prepare? We put out language on TK readiness on our website, and we send it to office staff. If you have somebody come in that's registered, please give them this letter, an FAQ, something on toileting, you know, which amazingly wasn't such a big issue this year. I thought it would be more, but it really hasn't been. I'm just gonna take it out of my head because it's very distracting now. So that then parents realize, like, oh, this is what they're gonna be doing, and you know, in school, this is what they need to be able to, you know, sit for a certain period of time. They need to use their words and advocate, those sort of things. So building that.
How many BCBAs do we have for the district?
We have one Gen Ed BCBA.
Right. So she's spending most of her time at Sunny Slope?
She is spending most of her time at, well, she goes to all the MTSS teams, but she is being, this targeted group at Sunny Slope is, she does, I think, an hour or so for the last 2 weeks. She's been doing an hour a day. And she does a little group, and then she does her little lesson, and then she's like, okay, we're gonna go outside and we're gonna practice. And so they go to recess, and she monitors, nope, remember, this is what we do with our hands, this is what we do with our words, and that sort of thing. So, yeah, it is, it's a lot. She's doing well. I think, you know, I think as we are equipping the admin and the teachers with better tools, we're getting places. Yeah, because Sunny Slope isn't the only one. They have a lot, but we have some really interesting little ones at other sites as well that, you know, she's drawn to.
But I don't think we really have to, and maybe in our planning budget, but we need to put some money for parent education.
Yes.
Because if we're not doing that, it's not gonna happen.
Right. Yep, I agree.
And I have lots of stories on that one.
Yeah,
So.
I think that's what's so nice about, you know, all the offerings that we can have for parents, you know, focusing on TK readiness or, you know, that TK kinder. Sarah Vista, one of their attendance recovery programs, was gonna have the kindergartners come on Saturday. Kids are here, parents are here. Let's make this happen, you know, like let's learn the same thing, and then we can mirror each other at home and at school.
Yeah.
Yeah, so those are good things. So all in all, we're hoping that the district across the board is going to do well. We know exactly which sites we need to increase support for and which we need to celebrate. I mean, Maze and Rancho, my goodness. So it makes these next two slides really resonate. What more can we do? What can we do with this? How can we continue this on? Elaine Clower at the high school says we still have naughty kids, the adults just respond differently. And this is, these next two slides are something that we've been creatively thinking for probably a year and a half now, and we really are thinking that we are able to implement this. So Rancho San Justo, as we are talking about our population increasing and maybe possibly middle schools leaving the elementary schools, and we're not going to have like the new fresh starts maybe anymore. And really, do we want to pawn kids off on others? Like this is a fresh start. How can we address the problem ourselves? Well, this program is the Park Street program. It's a supportive path to success at Rancho San Justo. It is a voluntary program. If you are at all familiar with Baylor Bridges at the high school, this is a mirror to Baylor Bridges. It has a curriculum. It is responsive to students' needs. It is therapeutic, and students are able to not have to leave the school. They can continue on as a Bronco and promote with their group and continue their education while working on very specific needs that they have. So what's exciting about this is that it's like the high school, it can be served from existing staff if needed on a timesheet, and filling in the periods and schedules and whatnot. It is a program that serves students separately while on the campus. They don't integrate. So these kids might be there because they had a violent offense. They might be in there because they just don't thrive in a normal, structured academic environment. They need something alternative, and this is an alternative to the normal environment.
So you say it's volunteer for the parent to put the student there, or for the student to go on their own?
It's very structured, so it's not a forced, it's an option for the parents. So instead of preferring to, instead of saying, we've reached our limit with this student, we don't know what to do next, alternative ed, here you go. And so this, sorry, I don't want to be the crazy lady. So this is basically our own alt ed program, and so we would be able to keep the ADA. We have full control over what the student is receiving as far as academics and mental health. We can follow through. We know the story of this student. If they've been here through elementary, through 8th grade, we know all of that. We don't have to hand them off and just wonder where they are. And the high school, I was just there today. I walked with Deborah Armstrong and Prima, and Emma attended with me. The high school is so appreciative of it because they're saying, we only have them for 4 years. And I said, hold on, you're gonna get them with 7 years now. We'll do 3 years of prep if we have this implemented, and they need that intensive support. That's 3 years, and then by the time you graduate, which is our goal, they should be able to be productive in society and coexist with their peers and their community, right? So this is something that we're looking into. There's a couple of things that we need to get straight, but I know Deb, she's an eager one. She wants to start right away. She has some candidates, and so we're gonna do what we can to get it started this year and try it out. What do we need? It does take special people because it's a special student situation. But it's doable. The high school isn't the only district that does it, and there's other examples that we see. Stacy's been in touch with a elementary district in Fillmore. They do this program and the next program I'm going to explain in their elementary program. So it's working down there, and more districts are catching on to this. So
do they stay the full day?
No. They do a modified day, so they get their, we need to find a curriculum that will serve them, and they would come in early, they get their lunch or their breakfast, and they would have their SEL, they would have their academics, and then we would feed them a lunch or another meal, and then they would go and do.
Also, would do 2 sessions?
No, it would just, not at this time.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna try it out and do the morning. I think it's, the high school does 2 hours and 45 minutes is their time that the kids are there. And they're totally separate from the other groups. Their breaks are not at the same time, so there's no risk of, any sort of reoccurring situation. But the voluntary piece, parents generally want their kid to stay at the school and, be within that normal. There's a lot of stigma that can carry from going to alternative ed.
Right, but one of the differences between the high school and the middle school is we have very specific PE minutes.
Yes.
And they don't have that except for 9th grade.
Yes.
So how?
They have 2 years of PE that they.
Oh, 2 years, okay. Well.
We have a plan.
Okay.
And I didn't want to, spend the time on the plan, but we have that, and certainly when it's time, we have the whole thing, how we're gonna address all of the academic requirements and the state requirements and whatnot.
I'd like to see it written down before we implement it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, we will share.
Okay.
Colleen, one more question.
Yeah.
Do we hire an additional teacher for this classroom?
So this would be served with existing teachers on like their prep period. And for now, that's what the high school does or did, and now they have more of a consistent FTE assigned to it. But this, I think, again, it's a pilot, but if we're able, and she's already got people interested in giving up their prep to participate in this program. I think that's what we need to find. It's gonna take a really special person to be here. So we talked to the teachers at the high school today, and they said it is going to flip the traditional mindset, the educator mindset, on its head, because you have to really back up and say, what does this student need? And it's not all academics, it's not all social emotional, it's not all, you really have to be curious about what they need. They do yoga, they do mindfulness, they talk about interactions, they do restorative circles, those things. So it's very different, very different. But the next, if we're ready to go on to the next one, this is the restorative classroom pilot at Maze. This is what we would like to start in August. And this is exactly designed like the OCI, the on-campus intervention at the high school. So this program is a restorative shift to how students are able to recover from a behavior if they blow out in class, if they have a fight, if they I'm trying to think of other examples that we saw today. So if there was something where a teacher in a period was like, that's it, you gotta go, I won't, that's not tolerated in the classroom, they would then go to this classroom and they can continue their academics, they get a restorative lesson, maybe even a lesson specific to their infraction, for example, vaping. Then, here's a video on vaping, and then let's talk about how we respond to this. So this really is, and while we're moving from, instead of like, this kid needs to be suspended, we're addressing the root problem here. We get to keep them at school, and we get to work through it. Like, we know that sending them home sometimes isn't the best because they're unsupervised now. They're down at, wherever, causing havoc, those sort of things. So this is an approach that, one, helps students stay at school. So it helps the attendance, it helps their connection, because now they have somebody that truly sees them for what they are and what they need. So this program we hope to get up and going. And there's one more slide. This was the Fillmore example. This is their data. So they had a 30% reduction in discipline needs. That's pretty good, tremendous. They had 25% increase in chronic, or improvement in chronic absenteeism, and then a 15% student, I'm guessing I'm really
Attendance rate.
Thank you, attendance rate. So, and what was amazing that she said, hands down, my teachers love this. And we heard that from Adrienne today. The teachers really loved it. At first they were like, oh, what is this? But they feel supported. They know that they've reached their limit with the kid, I don't know what to do with it. They can send the kid to the classroom, and the kid often can re-engage later after de-escalating and whatnot. So really important tools that we as adults need to have in order to coexist, productively.
When I first started teaching, we had that at Rancho. We had both.
Okay.
We had the alternative and we called it in-house.
Okay, right.
And you send the work and then they
Yes.
went, yeah. And we did that. So we have done it in the past.
Perfect. Yeah, I think for the cause of helping the student where they're needed, where they need that help, it's just a no-brainer. I'm sorry, this is the Fillmore slide. So it just was really great to see that other people are doing it. It's helping with their bottom line. They just want to support the teachers teachers definitely, but the students where they are. So it's a multi-pronged approach. It has social emotional, it has the academic piece, and it has just those connections that sometimes these kids don't have. The teacher over at the high school was saying, man, some of these stories that the kids share, a teacher has, how many hundreds of kids? And hundreds of kids in a day. They don't have time to sit down with every single one and get the whole background. And what do they do? They act out. And he said some of them brought him to tears. So we're thinking that this would be really great to have like a social worker, a certificated social worker that has a skill set to do the restorative circles and respond to these high needs. And so we'll be exploring that. If we do use a social worker, we will be able to hire that person from community funds and potentially have them bill back. That's gone. I was looking at her, bill back for services. Oh, there you are. So this is something that is a priority. We want our mental health team to be self-sustaining. And so when they're able to say, we're giving these services and we can bill back, now we can take that out of the LCAP, and who knows what we can hire from the LCAP now, because the mental health people are out of their self-sustained. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, I am going to try and get through all of this.
Sorry.
So no, that's fine. Social emotional, speaking of our mental health services, so last year 208 students were served in 1676 formal sessions and 5,000 informal sessions. August to January, we've had almost half that. They're right on pace to keep up with last year, and so many good things coming of that from our services there. This is that piece that I spoke to earlier as far as mental health. This is really fascinating because it's the connectedness of how families view their students' connectedness, how teachers are connected, and how students are. So you see, our lowest number is 80%. That's really great. That's good feedback for us to know that we're doing the right things with our students. And I really do appreciate, this is Emma, and she runs this Calvin alongside with Eliana, and we picked this apart. Our next step for this is to go deep dive the things that we were talking about at the site and with the teachers. Look at your class. How did your students respond? How can we better provide services to them? And then at the very end there's the 8th grade. So again, that was 78% favorable in that connectedness at school. Okay, well, we have 46 days left. What are we gonna do with that? It's so short, but so long. We will keep working. We're hoping to keep all the good things the good things. Are there any final questions? Okay.
You got a big job.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, now it's time for the superintendent report.
Good evening, board and staff and audience members. Tonight, the superintendent's report will be focused on the facilities master plan process. The board has been actively engaged in taking a proactive approach to looking at our needs as a school district, looking at potential developments that will be up and coming, looking at capacity, looking at efficiency of classrooms, and this report will address some of the ideas and some of the options that have been discussed, and I will address some of the questions I think that have come up on behalf of the public as we go about our daily business around here. Okay, so if we can continue. So our current enrollment is as is. You know, we have schools with all sorts of different enrollment levels, and each month we take a peek at what our enrollment is, and we also, we can move forward, are looking at how our current enrollment could potentially impact the future. So as we can see, we have enrollment that is stable, but it's also projected to grow. We have enrollment that will impact specific schools based on the information that we have available to us from our previous demographers report, and this is a visual of that information. We can move forward, please. Additionally, we are also looking at our new TK and K enrollment for the 26-27 school year. Enrollment is currently underway and it is active. As you can see by the highlighted pink areas, based on our current configurations, these schools, which would be Calaveras, Sierra Vista, Lad Lane, and R.O. Hardin, are over capacity. That means that the enrollment as of Friday the 16th exceeded the available classrooms for TK in those settings. What we did last year is when this happened, Sunny Slope then became the overflow school. With the current configuration as is in these current schools, that will have to be the case again, and or we could potentially address the overcrowding or the ability to need additional classrooms if there are any type of configuration changes that the trustees may decide. Looking at the second pink column, as of March 16th, those would have been the TK classrooms that would be needed. So for example, 1.25, like 1 1/4 classroom. As we know, we're not gonna have a quarter classroom. If we need a quarter of a classroom, we're gonna open up a new one. These numbers are projected to continue growing. We have families enrolling daily. And again, this is a snapshot from the 16th, which would have been Monday. Under the kinder column, we have to remember that this is specifically new enrollment. We have the TK hub, Mr. Rivas's little army at Sunny Slope. They're going to have to integrate into their kinder classroom. So these numbers don't reflect the entire kinder population. It is strictly speaking those new families that have enrolled in the last 2-3 weeks, because the really big push, the open enrollment window began March 1st. So in 16 days, this is the progress we've made with enrollment. So we'll keep that in mind as we talk about facilities. We can move forward. So the facilities master plan includes looking at potential population shifts, looking at perhaps boundary changes of our neighborhood school boundaries, potential grade level configurations at the different school sites. Those of us that have been here for a while know the pendulum swings. Sometimes 6th grade and middle school is at an elementary site, sometimes it has to go back, or sometimes 1 grade level goes back, and or relocating special programs. The board is looking at all sorts of different factors, all sorts of different information, all sorts of having creative discussions as to what can we as a district do to use the finite resources that we have in facilities, the available classroom space, the current program configurations, the projections that the demographer is making to move the district forward in a wise way that benefits students as best as possible. I know that as you know, I went about my business this week. I was approached several times. Did the district or did the board really talk about closing AAA? There was a headline out on the paper, and I said, that's clickbait. The district and the trustees did not talk about closing AAA. I want to make that very clear because I know when we have public comment, we can't engage and correct the speakers or give appropriate conversation, but I can during a report. It is very important to note that no decision to close a school or a program has been made. We're looking at factors. The team and the board is working very hard and diligently to look at different configurations, but no decision has been made to close the school.
Well, we're not going to.
No decision would be made, yes, to close the school. If we can move forward, please. Okay, so when have these discussions taken place? We've had a couple of, actually 3 special board meetings. At the last February board meeting, the regular one, we had a discussion action item on the facilities master plan. The board discussed ideas and the discussed information there. Later on today, there's also an agenda item so that the board can discuss facilities related items, and it is a discussion action item. Should they choose to take any action, it would be appropriate to happen during that time of the agenda. This report, again, is a report to provide the public information to allow for the trustees to ask me information as we navigate this process. What this is a process that takes many different ideas to complete and a lot of different opportunity to take the trustees' information and input and make a plan that is best suited for the district as it is right now. Okay, so we're going to move forward. Additionally, we have created a desire or a very specific goal to continue communication with the public. We have a facilities master plan tab on the website, and I'd like to thank Brandon and IT. He's always very accommodating when we say, okay, we have to add something to the website. So thank you for that. We've had a letter going out specifically to the AAA community February 2nd to explain and to address some of the concerns that were coming up, you know, as far as what's happening to AAA. We had a master plan process letter that went out to the entire school district on February 22nd. And then after this meeting, we will have another letter going out to the community as well. All of these documents, as we can see on the next page, are available on the website, and they will be just archived here so that if there's ever any desire by the public or staff to access this information, it's listed here for the staff or public to gain access to. Next slide, we will begin talking about the different schools and the directives that the board issued me on March 16th to explore, to think about, to gather information and what that would mean. So for example, at Lad Lane School, if the board decided to move the middle school students at Lad Lane to Rancho San Justo, what would those next steps be and what goals would we achieve? Additionally, for Lad Lane, we're looking at what would the price be if we built a couple of classrooms at Lad Lane. There is a current footprint that is next to the newest classroom there. So for those 2 ideas and those 2 action steps, The next steps would be to communicate with the Lad Lane families. It would be to potentially schedule a town hall meeting. It would be to have the staff present information in regards to costs associated with a new classroom build at Lad Lane at a future board meeting so that the board could consider that. What goals would we achieve? You know, sometimes we think about, you know, there are disruptions that might happen should we move middle school to Rancho San Justo. And we understand that because we are dealing with people and humans and families and schedules and staff that might potentially have to move. So what is the offset? Are there any goals that we can achieve by taking this action step? The goals that we could potentially achieve would be an increased enrollment capacity at Lad Lane for TK5 students. What that means is more TK5 students would be able to be part of Lad Lane by having middle school shift over to their feeder school, which is Rancho. It would maintain the neighborhood school boundary for the TK5 students. It would create greater capacity usage at Rancho San Justo Middle School. It would return the displaced TK student cohort that's currently housed at Sunny Slope. For the current year, I believe there's 17 TK students that belong to the Lad Lane neighborhood that were not able to enroll at Lad Lane because they were at capacity. So then they became part of a cohort at Sunny Slope. Also, we would also be able to ease the traffic congestion around the school with less students potentially, or coming, and less grade levels coming on and off the campus. So this is an idea and an action plan that the board discussed. Or is there anything that the board would like to add to this? And we can go school by school, that's how it's broken down.
I just think it's great that the Lad Lane middle schoolers, if we decide that that's what we're gonna do, can actually walk from, most of them in the Lad Lane neighborhood could walk to Rancho.
Yes.
The middle school students, and I love the idea of the TK kiddos getting to go to the school that they actually belong to. You know, it's kind of disruptive for these little 4-year-olds to start at one school and all of a sudden they gotta start at another school.
Yes.
That's not ideal at all. I think we really pretty much agreed to this, and had a motion on this.
Yes, you did.
So I think we could say that this is really gonna be a reality, and that we need to notify everyone.
Yes.
That we had already made that decision.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So my next step would be the communication piece.
Right.
Okay. So we're going on to the next school, which would be Mays Middle School. The board discussed gathering information and figuring out what would it take potentially if we took a look at modernizing the locker rooms at Mays. So the next steps after that would be, you know, we would want to communicate with the Mays Middle School community because it would impact their PE schedules at some point or another. We would want to present to the Board of Trustees any prices associated with modernizing the locker rooms. I'm going to go back to the actions column. Part of the discussion included what would it take and what would it look like if staff identified classrooms at Mays to potentially move AAA, the grades 6th, 7th, and 8th grades to Mays. So with that, I would definitely say that would require a town hall meeting, you know, communication piece, planning, and getting the opportunity, or having the opportunity for the trustees to interact with the community, to hear feedback, to make an informed decision regarding this idea. The goals that would be achieved should these actions go through would be school safety. I would say regarding updating the locker rooms, we want our facilities to be in good working order. Site modernization, that always is something that we look at when it is affordable, that, you know, how can we maintain the current facilities in the best working order possible. Also, we would have greater capacity usage for Mays Middle School should we shift a program such as AAA to Mays Middle School. Okay, would the board like to make any comments regarding this one, or we can also have comment during discussion action during item G?
Well, I think that the idea of moving AAA to Mays, we might reconsider if we decide that it might be better used to use all of the rooms at Mays. We're not really utilizing all of the unused rooms. We did talk about, bringing other projects or programs to the school, but it might be better use for the Hollister Prep, because they could have, at the G Wing, they could have their own office, their own entrance, and it would be much easier to facilitate HPS at Mays, because they would be able to have these uses, and we wouldn't have to worry about all those little TKs at Sunny Slope. So that's something that we need to think about, because the Sunny Slope information, Mr. Rivas wrote to us, and he's really concerned about the bathrooms at Sunny Slope and with the middle school kids. He's worried about the going in and out from the playground and back to their classrooms, and the interaction with the little TKers. So I think these are things we need to think about. And
yeah, I appreciate the way that we have been working together, and I want the public to know that we've been analyzing everything.
Right.
We've been looking at the subdivisions that are already approved and up and coming, and we know that a tremendous amount of the multifamily and low-income subdivisions that have been approved are by Calaveras. Calaveras is already at capacity. We got thrown with a curveball with builder's remedy. That's when the general plan was not approved or rescinded. That opened a window for builder's remedy to take place. And we had 13 builder's remedy projects submitted. So now we've got all these wild cards that we don't know which ones are going to happen and which ones are not. We know the ones that are approved will probably happen. So we're analyzing all of this data, and then we're looking at, with our consultant for the facilities master plan, with Aaron, and with our superintendent, we're analyzing the projected enrollment by grade level at every site. And we cannot fill up, like Rancho, for instance, we can't just fill them up right now, because we have to leave room for the way that it's going to grow due to our projected enrollment of the students coming up through the years. Then we also have to have, and we've done this already, we know where every classroom that is non-rostered is. We know that we have 13 empty classrooms at Mays, and it would not be a good use of public dollars if we all of a sudden didn't use the classrooms at Mays and we went and built 13 portables somewhere else. When they're about, what are they, about $1 million a piece, Aaron? A little less than that, but they're expensive. Yeah. And then, we've been doing our homework. We've been meeting with the demographers, and then we take the data from the demographers and we go out and we talk to the builders, we talk to the planning department. I had a meeting with the city manager yesterday. We are doing our homework because we really want to make an educated decision, not a flippant, fast decision. We're making a very, very educated, wise decision.
Right.
And it's a 5-year plan. This isn't just for now. This is the projections moving out and the impact that all of this is going to have at each and every site. So again, it's it's us taking the time to really assess everything, and it isn't to pick on this school or it isn't even about that. It's the overall need of the district, and that is what we're tasked with.
Yeah. This is not easy for any of us, and I will tell you that all of us have spent some lost hours at night because this is something that is just so overwhelming in regards to the many pieces that we have to deal with. And we want to make the best decision possible. And sometimes we get more information after we thought we made a decision, and we get more information that really hits home. And so we have to, take that into account as well.
I think our town halls are gonna be key.
Yes.
Because there's people in our community that are really good at puzzles. And this is a huge Rubik's Cube. And it's got not only the parts that can move multidimensionally, it has human emotion in there.
Yes.
So our town halls, I think, will help.
I like having a central location for our overflow school. We've never had that before, and we made really good use of it this year. I know almost every school site was affected and had to move TKs or kinders to Sunny Slope. So I love having that central location for an overflow school. I'd love to keep that.
Excuse me. Talking about Maze, one of the things that I'm trying to get as close as I can.
Well, you just pull it.
Is that with most of the AAA students being Calaveras neighborhood students, a move to Maze would be keeping with their neighborhood peers. And listening to the parent who spoke so passionately tonight about her daughter, and the impact a move would have on their family in terms of getting her to Maze and all that sort of thing. We already have a bus pickup that's at Calavera School that comes to Maze, and so at least those students would have bus transportation already. And I liked the idea with, Maze is going to grow just as a neighborhood school with all of the housing going on around there. We need to also remember Maze is the boundary neighborhood school for Rancho Santana. And so as that school grows, we may, have limitations on that. And so I think we need to have a little bit of growing room within Maze. And also we are very hopeful that the AAA middle school component can grow. And with having them housed at a middle school site, there may, we might stir up some more interest in that, where we may need additional classes, and that would be a very good thing.
But to me, I think with that concept, it would be an absorption of the kids that already are there, and just, bringing them into this type of program where the parent feels they want their child more challenged, right? And access, I think we talked about creating almost like a magnet school and giving more opportunity to students, because right now it's capped and it's limited to where that merger of opportunity for students, I see it like at the high school where they have those pathways for AP classes for college-bound students, and that's what this model represents, is that ability where you're building their mastery and just challenging these students that need the challenge and want the challenge. And we just don't have the opportunity to offer it to more students. We just don't. It's basically for a few kids, coming perhaps from Calaveras and perhaps a couple slots for others, but I really think, it's an exemplary program. It's been top-notch, outscoring, in the state, and they're doing an amazing job, and I would love to see that grow. To be able to have those scores with more students would be amazing.
Yeah, because it can't grow at Calaveras.
It can't, and if we leave it there, I know it's status quo, but it will just stay small.
And that has been the unfortunate thing. If we think back in the history of the district, HDLA and AAA, the concept of them were born at the same time in the district.
Yes.
HDLA is a fantastic school. It is our biggest school, but it was fostered and given the opportunity to grow.
Right.
We have not had that opportunity for AAA because of facilities issues. So that is something that you're correct, Trustee Martinez. We've not been able to grow it as a magnet school, as a school of choice, because of the compacted site, I would say.
And right now it's 3 classes, 1 grade level 6th grade, 1 grade level 7th grade, and 1.
So there's a 5th grade too.
No, but they're not going. 6th, 7th, and 8th would only go. So we contain it to the 6th, 7th, and 8th. And that's why, it's 3 classes. But again, if she chose to incorporate it into the Mays Hawk community and grow it, now you're incorporating some of those students into this program where those teachers can then foster that approach with more students.
And also, so many of the AAA parents and students have talked to us over the years that the one thing they don't have is a middle school experience. And so that would afford them more of that kind of an experience, because I know in the past when it did have younger grades, I think it went down to 3rd grade at one time, a good number of those students left to go to their home middle school.
Right, that's true.
To get that experience.
That is very true. But the only fly in the ointment is where do we find a home? Where do we find a home for HPF?
We could still go to Mays.
Oh, you think you put them both? Oh.
Well, I'm not, so you're thinking about it as AAA I guess I don't know how to explain it well enough.
Probably, if I'm understanding correctly, Trustee Martinez may be thinking about incorporating AAA maybe as a strand into Mays, where the students would have access to the middle school experience. They would have access potentially to science labs. They would have access to the locker rooms. They would have access to the things that Mays has potentially that AAA doesn't have. Maybe clubs,
the clubs,
things like that. Right now, we're having this rich discussion and talking about these ideas. You do not need to make a decision right now. You can make a decision under discussion action item when we get there, but it is absolutely great discussion. I think Trustee Toasty had something to say.
I was confused by both of them going to Mays because of the room there.
Well, AAA is 3.
3 classrooms.
Yeah, and the other is 7.
7. And there's enough.
And there's how many empty classrooms did they say?
There's 13.
13.
I think for me, it would be better for us to allow you to do your whole report, because every school is contingent upon the other school.
Right.
Trustee Rios just brought up Rancho Santana. They go to Mays, right?
Yes.
Well, D.R. Horton, the Fairview Corners subdivision builder, just bought out the remaining Anderson home lots lots, 494 houses. And they're a fast builder, they're a nationwide builder.
Yes.
They build at lightning speed. So we gotta figure out that piece. And then we found out this week that the Eden Housing Project, which is the low-income apartment complex that's going on Mimosa that will go to Sarah Vista, that they're starting construction in July. So we've gotta make room at Sarah Vista for potentially 30 to 50 new students.
Yeah.
So it's like, this whole thing is this big, multifaceted puzzle. But if you could finish your report and then we'll go to discussion,
Yes.
that way we can actually do an action.
Yes.
Thank you. So we may move to the next school. The next school is Sunny Slope. Staff were asked to receive price quotes or obtain price quotes for the build of 2 additional new classrooms on the footprint that exists there. We also were asked to look at potentially identifying 7 classrooms that are not currently rostered to students should a program move there, such as the middle school charter grade levels or HPS. So the next steps after those actions would be that we as a staff would present that financial information to the board for the new build. We would schedule a town hall meeting. We would also report back to the board, should that decision be made, those identified 7 classrooms that would be needed to house the grade levels of the charter school potentially. The goals that would be achieved would be that we would begin and finalize the process of modernizing summer school or Sunny Slope School, which the district has been working towards since 2017. We've made great progress in those early years, and then money runs out, it's finite, and we're back to where potentially we could build on that footprint that exists. And we would have the greater capacity usage for Sunny Slope and their classrooms. We would be more efficient there. Okay, if we could go on to the next school. Calaveras School. We've talked about maintaining status quo. There have been questions. What's happening with Calaveras School? We know and we'll see as this process continues that Calaveras is going to be one of the most impacted schools due to the developments happening within the school boundary. We've also been asked to look at price quotes. What would it cost to build? We have a footprint there for 3 classrooms. So staff will bring that back to the board to talk about costs and where do we go from there. We also would want to have communication with the Calaveras community. They're wondering what's happening to us, or what's happening with our partner school here, AAA, or are we building, are we not building? So we would want to have that communication. The goals that we would achieve would be that we would maintain the neighborhood school for Calaveras TK8 students if we maintained its status quo. We also would maintain 1 TK school on the northwest side, which would be Calaveras, and then if everything stays status quo, we would maintain a TK8 school on the opposite side of town, which would be Rancho Santana School, which gives parents choice. If things stay status quo. That's a good point. Okay, next slide, please. AAA. So, what happens if we have to explore that effective the 26-27 school year, we would transfer all middle school students to Mays Middle School? What would that look like and what would it take? The next steps would be identifying classrooms that AAA could potentially inhabit or have at Mays Middle School. We would want to have communication with the AAA community, and we'd want to schedule town hall meetings, I would say, and going back, as we remember, to the Mays slides, we would want to have a town hall at each one of the sites, the exiting site and then the receiving site. The goals that would be achieved would be that the students would have the opportunity to access middle school facilities and amenities, such as the science lab, or such as locker rooms, such as clubs, and so on. And they would have the potential ability to grow and have program expansion, which is what Trustee Martinez had talked about. We also would maintain the neighborhood school boundary for Calaveras TK8, knowing that that boundary is the one of the ones that will be most impacted in the next 5 years. Next slide, please. So the next school that the board has talked about and really thought about is R.O. Hardin School. So if the HPS middle school grade levels move, the board asked, what would it take to modernize those classrooms, or do we have to update them? Are they ready to just be moved in by R.O. Hardin? So we have to take a look at that. We'd schedule a town hall because the community needs to know. We would support the staff during the R.O. Hardin expansion. We would want to grow R.O. Hardin. R.O. Hardin has the most number of displaced TK students. They have 20 students that live within the R.O. Hardin neighborhood, which is a walking neighborhood, that are currently enrolled at Sunny Slope. So I would imagine that that would be a hardship because those families, in theory, walk to school or, you know, ride a short commute, drive a short commute to the R.O. Hardin school, but 20 of those young ones are at Sunny Slope. We also would need to communicate with the R.O. Hardin community as a whole. The goals that would be achieved should this action take place would be that we would prioritize programming needs at R.O. Hardin. Some of those needs include an SDC classroom, adding an SDC classroom there. We would return the displaced TK students to their home school. We would ease the traffic congestion around the school potentially. We would also have program expansion. We have program expansion ideas. I know that Principal Espinosa has, you know, a wish list of things that she could do and potentially create a wellness room. R.O. Hardin is one of the schools that does not have a wellness room because there simply is not enough room at that school to dedicate a space for wellness. They would want to potentially create a resource center. When we talked earlier in our discussions through the various reports of what is it that we do to support parents, that is one of Principal Espinosa's goals, is to have a resource center that potentially could have a pantry or a clothing closet that would also have a little section to provide a parent resource center. And that is, you know, some of the ideas that we've talked about should this action be voted on by the board. Next slide. So that leaves us with Hollister Prep School. They have been very gracious. I have shared, you know, different ideas with our CEO, Dr. Young, in regards to what potentially could come. There's been, you know, discussions and ideas that have been shared, and she's been very gracious and accepting of, we will have a collaborative approach. We will be unified and synchronized in our communication, and that is something that I greatly appreciate from her as a, you know, local educator. So if the board would decide to move HPS, part of the idea could have been or could be to move them to Sunny Slope. So staff will have to confirm with the trustees regarding the move. We would have to identify and come to the board and show you these are the classrooms potentially that could be allocated to HPS. We would have to support the staff during the moving process because potentially we would have staff that are working in those classrooms at Sunny Slope or any school for that matter that don't necessarily have a classroom roster, but those folks would need to find another place to work. So it is part of that bigger puzzle piece. We would also want to continue our, you know, and establish a very continuous communication piece that would be synchronized, you know, with HPS and our community. The goals that would be achieved would be that we would alleviate the traffic congestion at R.O. Hardin. We would prioritize that programming piece at R.O. Hardin, and we would have greater capacity usage at Sunny Slope or any one of the other identified schools that the board may choose to take a look at for this potential action. Next slide, please. One of the last items that the board has been thinking about as we move towards more students that have a greater need to access our IT infrastructure. We all know that every year we have to have testing that takes place, and a large majority of our district has to access our bandwidth and all of the things within the IT world that Brandon works with every day. So that the action that the board could potentially decide and provide would be to have IT and facilities create a price or work on getting a price quote and have a project that is completed that meets the needs of the district, the growing district. The next steps would be to present this information to the board, and the goal that would be achieved is that we would have our network in working condition, and we would have completed the modernization that is required to maintain an upgraded network where needed. Our two departments, IT and facilities, have been working towards this, and this endeavor, I would say, has been something that I've seen evolve in time as under Brandon's leadership, and I think that it is very forward thinking. If we have more students coming to the district within the next 5 years, we need to prepare for that IT wise. And so this is one of those actions that requires yes, us to move on it now, according to President Grist.
We need to move on.
Yes, she's whispering in my ear, we gotta move on it. I'm not sure if it's my report or IT, but we're
No,
moving on it. We're moving on it. So next slide. So board directives and communication. These are some of the potential goals that would be achieved in just a simple matrix, site by site. There would be, communication pieces, again, coming out tomorrow. Next slide. This is a gauge, and it's just a visual for Calaveras. We could probably make a gauge for each one of the schools. What would it look like? Where would the needle be in 5 years if we keep things status quo? Are we still in the comfortable level, or are we, at the end of the gauge? We also have this longer visual that talks or explains the facilities master plan process on the website. Again, we're looking at potential population shifts or grade level configuration shifts or relocating specialized programs. Those are some of the focus points that the trustees have been talking about, and I think this visual just really captures what it is that we need to address under the facilities master plan process. And I believe that is our last slide. Do you have any questions for me?
I just think we're overwhelmed a little bit.
We can do it.
I know we can do it. But we have one thing that we haven't discussed, and that's called lack of time. We are on a time crunch.
Okay.
And we need to be, we want to do town hall meetings. Well, we need to maybe direct the superintendent to get those scheduled so that we can get those done as soon as possible. And maybe we're gonna have to have another special meeting to make final decisions about what we wanna do before the April meeting, because we're so lack of time. I don't know how the other board members, please speak up.
You don't think we can come to a consensus tonight?
I don't know. I thought maybe, but I don't know.
No, we need our town hall meetings. We need to hear from people, in my opinion. But I do feel the sense of urgency, Jan.
Yeah, we have a total sense of urgency here. We have to be ready. It's only fair for HPS. We need to, we can't keep them hanging.
No.
And parents need to know. I mean, we really don't have a lot of time.
But don't we have to make somewhat of a estimated decision before we inform the parents?
I would think that they should know what we're thinking about. Because we are, to be honest with you, the idea, the town hall meeting would be explaining why we made the decision.
Right.
But if you look at it a different way, Tim, to get the input.
I think that there's a lot of brilliant people in our community, and I think that I would love to hear from the parents, the staff, have us, I know we have to do them quickly, but to hear their opinions and their thoughts and their feelings, and just today we got an email from one of the principals, and there was like 5 or 6 factors we hadn't considered.
Well, and it changed my mind totally.
Right, so I need to hear, I'm a person who has to see the whole picture, and then I start putting the details into place that make the most sense. So for me, I need to hear from the families. That's me.
So at the study session that we did, I was the one who suggested we make a decision about things and then take it to the community. And I was corrected by Superintendent Sanchez that, you know, the promise had been to get community input.
Right.
And I know I had asked, well, isn't the special work meet or study session an opportunity for that? And it was, but it was not. I don't think it was advertised or promoted as such. And I think in thinking about things, I think we do need to get some community input. And if we were to schedule some town hall meetings very quickly, if nobody comes, then the decision is all ours. But if people do come, then we can factor in some of their ideas if they're warranted. And I'm sure that it would be, because we do have intelligent people in our community, and passionate parents and students and teachers. And so I think that but yes, we do need to make a decision. And so however we can, you know, maybe if we set a time to have our decision made, whether that be the April board meeting, just as an example, then we know we have to schedule the various town hall meetings, perhaps have one more study session for us to make sure we've got our thoughts all together, and then proceed with decisions at the April board meeting. I don't know if that's how it typically works, but I think we need to have that insight, you know, so that we can plan all the intro steps.
We've done it several different ways, you know, from just implementing it when we moved 6th graders, you know, to and from, and we just did it because we needed the space. And it, you know, when we decided to do TK8s, you know, at the sites, it was just done. And so, I mean, it really depends on, we would have to, in this situation, we made the commitment of being transparent and being communicative through the process. And so that was our commitment, so we have to stick to it. That's what we stated. So, I mean, we could do town hall meetings for the impacted sites, you know, 1 week solid, just one Monday, one site, Tuesday, another site, and get it all done within 1 week, and then come back from that input, do another special study session, and then hopefully by the April 20-something, you know, board meeting, we have had the you know, the town halls and our last, you know, consolidated study session to do this and finalize everything by that April, because we do, I think, out of fairness to our staff, to our parents, giving them a decision, so we're not wishy-washy and, you know, oh, well, this, oh, well, that, and, you know, if we make a decision, I want it to be something that we all have to live with. And we, you know, need to move forward with the time frame, because we want to be able to, if those decisions need to be made for the 26-27, that folks have time to prepare.
I agree, we do need the support of the parents, the community, but when we have a town hall meeting, they're looking at us to say, hey, what is your plan? Instead of say HPS would come there
It isn't, town halls are not interactive, so it is just a venue for parents to come in and give us their input. We, in the town halls that I was a part of in the past, when we were talking about removing Gavel and Hills, and we were talking, all of that stuff, we didn't, and it was just 2 board members that could be there. At each, so it wouldn't all be all of us. We would have to take turns at a time at these different town hall meetings to gather information, and then come back at that special study session to refer all of the input that we got from families. But it isn't really to say, what are you doing? We're wanting to hear from them what their concerns or their questions are, but it isn't to really stipulate, like, what are you, what is the district doing, about this situation. It's just, right now, it's gaining their input about how they feel about the potential of this happening, So what if they have other ideas?
So the potential of like 3 different scenarios.
Well, I think that, first off, we're not gonna make everybody happy.
Right.
We're not.
Right.
Okay, that's the first thing. There are gonna be people that are not gonna be happy with us, whatever we do.
Yeah.
And we have to that's part of why we have to make the decision, and why nobody wants to be a school board member. I mean, if people wanted to do this, they would, run, and people don't run. So, yeah, they just run away. So we have to realize we're not gonna make everybody happy. That's just not gonna happen. We're gonna have people that are gonna be very, very defensive, and we've seen it here before, about, well, if my child moves, I'm gonna take him to another school, or I'm gonna change districts, or I'm gonna homeschool. We've heard it all. I mean, and that's because people get passionate, because change is hard. That's the other thing that we have to look at. Change is never easy for people to accept. And then when they make the changes, oh gosh, I wish we did it a long time ago. You know how that works. I mean, that's just human nature. So we have to deal with some of that. And the other thing is that our parents, and HPS's parents, deserve to know, so they have time, so our staff has time to plan. Because again, as I said, change is hard. It gives them time to absorb it, and okay, this gives time for parents to visit another school site and see it in action. So if we wait, my fear is this: May is jam-packed at a school site. I mean, you're just doing everything. Especially the middle schools, they're getting ready for promotions there. It's just really, you're doing final grades, you're doing school trips, end of the year trips. I mean, so to pack on and get all the way to the end of April for us, I think is not fair. And I think that we should possibly, I was looking at the calendar, you guys could look at your calendars. Our board meeting is the 21st or the 28th? That's the 28th. So I was thinking that, if we could have our town halls at first week back from Easter, and then we have we may have a special meeting somewhere by the 15th. That's what I think we should do, because they deserve it.
Yeah, and then by then we will have a better idea of our TK enrollment. Because just tonight, I realized that our Hardin is gonna need 3 TK classrooms.
Right.
And which we hadn't counted on.
Well, Sarah Vista too, I was like, what?
Oh, Sarah Vista, yeah, we have some.
We've got what happens is every single week something changes.
Yes. I know.
And it's a big puzzle. But anyway, we should probably go back to our agenda, and then when we get to the discussion, we can make an action item of saying that we're gonna make a decision by a certain date.
I'm glad we had time to discuss.
Yes,
we don't
absolutely.
And the events that have taken place, the discussions have to have been in this order, so that then during discussion action, you can direct me, okay, we need you now to schedule the town halls for such and such schools. Then it can be advertised very specifically. The special board meeting was advertised just regularly as a facilities master plan process. Because I don't know what the board is going to decide. No decisions had been made. You had to discuss with each other. But after today, when we have more of a direction, myself and, staff, we can work on very specifically communicating with the community and moving quickly on this, because parents and staff do need time. Sooner rather than later. Okay, so if there are any questions or further discussion, we can move forward.
Okay, thank you for it.
Thank you.
So now we're going to start our
15th.
Number 15, the approval of the board minutes for February 2025.
I make a motion to approve the board minutes for February 2026.
Second? Oh, 26. Trustee Rios?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Trustee Toasty? Aye. Trustee Martin? Aye. And Trustee O'Connor? Aye. And I'm an aye. So there we go. Now we go to discussion action items. Acknowledge receipt of Classified School Employees Association Chapter 625, their sunshine. It is recommended that the board acknowledge receipt of the CSEA Chapter 625 initial sunshine proposal.
Good evening again, board and superintendent and what's left of the audience. Once again, my name is Jackie Munoz and I am the VP of CSEA. And on behalf of our chapter, I'm here to present to the board our Sunshine Reopener for 2026-27. California School Employees Association Chapter 625, CSEA respectfully submits the following bargaining proposals. Article 12, compensation. CSEA has an interest in negotiating fair compensation for its bargaining unit members that allows the district to attract and retain highly qualified classified personnel. CSEA has an interest in securing an ongoing commitment by the HSD, to participate in the Classified School Employee Summer Assistant Program on behalf of its bargaining unit members. CSEA has an interest in negotiating out-of-class pay rates for its unit members eligible to work as substitutes in positions outside of the CSEA bargaining unit to ensure that compensation levels meet or exceed current district rates for substitutes. CSEA has an interest in negotiating increases to stipends that align with the percentage increases negotiated to the CSEA classified salary schedule. Thank you.
Thank you. I need a motion.
I make a motion that.
Oh, first off, can we have discussion? Okay, I need a motion.
I make a motion that we receive the CSEA Chapter 625 Sunshine Proposal for 26-27.
A second. Okay, so, Trustee O'Connor? Aye. Trustee Trio?
Tosi? Aye.
Trustee Rio?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez? And I'm an aye. 5-0. Okay, now we're on to discussion and approval of board policy and administrative regulation updates. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees discuss and approve the first reading of the board policy administrative regulation revisions and waive the second reading. I should let the audience know that Trustee Rios and I sat with via Zoom or Classroom Meet, met with our business manager, our business operations, and with our superintendent, and we spent an hour and 15 minutes. So we thoroughly discussed the beef board, so it's not like we're just, we have looked into it and made some headway. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have good news for you, I have bad news for you.
Okay.
The good news is, I've been allowed 45 minutes for the next 5 items, and I promise you I will not take that.
Thank you.
The bad news is, it's 4 minutes till 10, and you want to take a motion before I get started.
Is our time frame 10?
I thought it was 10:30. Is it 10:30?
10:30.
Okay, let me see what I can do for you.
Go Beth, go.
All right, so as board member Krista said, the board policy subcommittee did meet, asked a lot of good questions, and we incorporated a couple of small changes into the CSBA updates for most of these policies. Only one policy is not from CSBA, and that is the new policy on credit cards, which will dovetail with the third resolution on this board agenda. The district does not have a district policy on credit cards, even though we've had operational credit cards for a number of years. It's probably a good practice, so that's why we're bringing that to you now.
So, is there discussion?
Questions. I don't have them in front of me, so I don't know what the numbers are.
Okay.
What about fire drills?
What about fire drills? We do them all the time. They're great.
So on there, I remember I had brought up that it talked about site administrator would make sure all staff and students were out of the buildings and so forth. And I asked about what about visitors? And do we just leave visitors to fend for themselves?
No, that's the purpose of the sign-in sheet in the front office. Every time you go to a school site, you have a sign-in sheet. So the front office staff will grab that, give it to the administrator, and then they will follow up because you're signing in, what time did you come in, and what are you supposed to do. So that is part of their natural policy.
So we don't want to put and visitors
in the policy? No, because the policy doesn't, well, I don't know, do you want to?
I don't know, it just seems like,
I don't think we,
I don't know.
Can we add that one? I know we talked about several changes, small changes in them, and I don't know that we did an and visitors with this one.
I know we talked about it, I don't know we came to any decision.
That wasn't a decision that we made during that discussion. We did talk about it.
I think that in the discussion, we talked a lot about the individual school site plans that they have to give us, the safety plan. It's really drawn out. And we have, from when I started with the district and we had drills to now how we have drills, it's night and day. And it's not even comparable. And I think that we do the signing in, we require it. So, and like a lot of schools, they can only enter in one place. They can't get in another.
I know I've been at schools where I've actually seen, like a parent group or something in there, and they've said, this is only drill. No, I'm not gonna leave whatever it is that they were doing. I have seen that happen.
And what if it's not?
Right, and, I'm just really wondering,
well, that's a good point.
in truth, do, the administrators really look at that sign-in list and go, okay, we should have 10 extra people?
The office manager does.
Actually, I believe they take it with them.
Yeah, that's the office manager's job.
Can I make a recommendation at this point, having heard, your conversation, which I think is probably very good? In the 4th paragraph, when the principal conducts a fire drill, all students, teachers, and other employees shall be directed to leave the building, which may include, we can add in there, and other individuals and visitors.
I would think that I would like to have that.
I can do that.
We could do that.
So that could be anybody. It could be a vendor. It could be somebody working on an HVAC system. I mean, it could be anybody
who came to volunteer to read, or
staff.
Yes.
The mayor comes and talks to a history class.
You could do that.
Okay, so with that change, I need a motion, please.
I make a motion to approve the board policy and administrative regulations updated as presented.
Second.
All in favor, let's start with Kim.
Aye.
And Kathy.
Aye.
And Cheryl.
Aye.
And Liz.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Try to be fancy, I can't do it. Okay, now we're getting to get tax. Let's look at discussion and action approval of the 2025-26 second interim report.
Thank you. Brandon, can you bring it up? Thank you. All right.
One second.
Oh, pushing the button.
I try now.
There it goes. All right, as we do each time we meet on interim reports, we remind ourselves of where we are in the calendar year for budgets, and we are now at our third report for the year after adoption. We're at the second interim report, and the interim period goes through January 31st, and it needs to be presented to the board in March. It's already been delivered to the County Office of Education because they're required to have it by the 15th of the month, but you are just required to approve it as soon as you can after that. So we no longer have to do special meetings for the review and approval of interim reports, which is a good thing. Here are your revenue assumptions. These are pretty much the way we had presented them at first interim. However, I have been able to back down the COLA percentage for the 26-27 year back down to our 1%, which are our standard out-year projection amount. That is primarily due to an increase in ADA that we are anticipating for this year, which is a direct correlation to the increase in our enrollment. And because we've already filed P1, the first reporting period for attendance, that went up enough. As you can see, it's gone up by 20 ADA. If an ADA is worth $13,000, it tells you how much our revenue projection is. That it's put into a formula that I have that rolls forward the last 5 years of experience of P1 through to P2 so that we know what our funding is. And so we've increased our funding projections for the current year, which then increased for next year, and then we're projecting only 1% COLAs for the out years as we wait for the governor's COLA in the May revise. So the governor made a projection in January. That projection goes through a lot of different conversations at the state level, including input from the Department of Finance, who at the time thought that his revenue projections were a little on the high side. And so we need to see what's going to happen at the May revise, which should happen about somewhere around the 10th to the 15th of May. And at that point, that will determine what we actually put in as income for next year. Okay. Moving on to our unrestricted revenue. Oops, it's me, not you. You can see that we've got a $415,000 increase between first and second interim on our local control funding formula, with a few small changes in other programs, and then our contributions to restricted programs went down by almost $60,000 due to the completion of the CONAP. It's done during winter break while y'all are gone. And so that resulted in a little bit higher Title I funding, which then allowed us to back off on the contribution that the district has made to Title I for the last 3 years or so. Title I supports intervention teachers at all of the elementary schools, and right now the Title I funding is not quite sufficient to pay for the salary and benefits it does. There's also a small allocation for parent participation, which goes out to each one of the schools, and when I say small, I do mean small. But every little bit helps if you can entice families to come to a meeting by providing pizza, as an example, or to provide some childcare while there's a parent meeting going on. All of these things are things that allow parents to come after their busy day to attend a meeting at the school. So the school sites were provided with that information in January when they came back from the break, and some of them are already spending some of that money. Any questions on revenue before I move on? All right. So next next we have our salary and benefit assumptions for interim and then for the out years. And these have not changed from first interim. And the PERS projections for the next 2 years are the same ones that we have had for the increases that are going to be expected. And we get those from School Services Dartboard. I have provided some information. You know, retirement costs is a hot topic. Board Member Grist loves to talk about it, and she should because it's expensive. So what I've actually provided for you this time is the retirement cost per student.
Look at that.
Okay.
$2,400.
So exactly, for both PERS and STRS. And so we've got an unrestricted portion and a restricted portion. Those are total costs to come up to the total amount. For STRS of $10,500,000 and for PERS of almost $4 million. And so your per student costs for each one of them are setting there, and then the dollars per student, whether or not it's unrestricted or restricted. So just another way to show you the information and impacts of certain expenses as they relate to other factors that we talk about on a regular basis. ADA, enrollment.
So did you take the total amount of STRS and PERS and then just divide it by the 6,000 or something?
Yeah, that's the chart on the bottom there, 5,997. And whether or not it's the STRS that's unrestricted or the STRS that's restricted, and then because we've got different levels of staffing in each one of those major categories. And then I total it. So the total amount by student on the right-hand side for STRS and PERS, and the total amount of retirement costs, either unrestricted or restricted, on the bottom.
So we could theoretically do that for all of our money. If we wanted to look at books and supplies, we could take that amount and divide it. If we wanted to look at electricity bill, you know, is that where you were kind of heading with this?
No, I'm the first off, PERS was never ever included in cost to a district when it first started. Okay, what happened is 2008, when we had that quote recession, Great Recession, and the people that ran PERS, their stock market, did not, well, she needs to know the background.
Okay.
They did not run
was
their,
heavily invested in the housing market, and the housing market fell out.
and STRS does not have the big increase because their portfolio wasn't as bad.
And they're funded by the state of California.
Right, but their portfolio was done. PERS was in big, big trouble. Their portfolio went like that because of the Great Recession. So that's when we started this. And this cost I have watched since I've been involved with the union. It just goes up and up and up, and they're still stopping unless we say something.
Well, now STRS is stable. It hasn't gone up for a while.
That's correct.
PERS continues to go
And
up.
STRS was always a cost that the district had.
So they're actually funded under two different funding mechanisms. PERS is invested money that is from both my check and the district's contribution, and they go out and they invest that money for the retirement of people as they matriculate through their careers. And those investments do fluctuate. They used to be super funded, and they haven't been for a number of years. And STRS, on the other hand, is funded through contributions from the district and the employee, and then there's a state matching for STRS. So it's funded by three different things. It's not necessarily investment driven as heavily as PERS is.
But that's why this cost is so important. And that's why we need to lobby. Hello? We need to lobby this because it is just costing us way too much money. And I don't think a 6-year-old should have to pay for a pension. I'm sorry. That should be their state employee.
So there's another way of just looking at things. And when Board Member Rios asked, could we do other things that way? The we was a royal we. She meant, can I do that? And of course I can. You just need to let me know what you'd like to look at. And hopefully it's not too much and too often, you know. because it takes a little time to kind of tease some of this stuff out, but I'd be more than happy if you'd like to know what we, pay for books and supplies or whatever it is. We can do that for sure. The last thing on this slide is a note that in addition to these benefits, health and welfare, I got the little booger, I think.
You've been after us.
I know, all night long, all over the room. Health and welfare has been projected to increase by 8% per year for the last couple of years. Last year it went up by almost 10.6%. This year it's going up by 10.1%. That's a year-over-year change. So this is a little bit out of date, but we just had our meeting today. All right. So as we move on, we've got unrestricted salaries and benefits, just sort of a breakdown between first interim and second interim, and shoring up the various different budgets. It's inclusive of unrestricted LCAP and LPA, or EPA, which is the Education Protection Act. It is all unrestricted here. It includes all the current placements and classified LCAP elimination of the TK aid holding positions. There's one of those in there. There were several of those in there. That's the biggest change in classified. We had, as you discussed earlier today, been looking at TK enrollment. And so we had projected a bunch of aids, probably a little bit later than this time last year, just in anticipation of we really are not sure how many are coming. In addition to that, this year was the first year of a 10-to-1. It used to be 12-to-1, and then it had to go down to a 10-to-1, and how do we facilitate that? So as we got into the year and the enrollment settled down, and we looked at the staffing in each one of these TK classes, the rules on staffing for TK are very similar to the old CSR, class size reduction, which is an average per school site. And with that, we were able to not have to fill several aid positions for a couple of reasons. Some of the classes at Sunny Slope are consistently under 20, so that only needed a single aid. They didn't always start that way, but parents would bring their TK student in, and then it just wasn't the right fit for the student, so the student might have dropped out, and maybe they wait for him to get a little bit older. But we were prepared for that flood of, oh my gosh, school just started and I forgot to enroll my child, and now I can enroll them in TK, which didn't happen quite at the height of the wave that we thought it was going to, but we were prepared. And we missed taking those aid positions out at first interim, but they are now out at second interim. The salary and benefits that are presented here represent 92% of the unrestricted expenditures and 51% of total, which means restricted and unrestricted expenditures. So that's sort of a number that we keep an eye on. Really what that says is that the district is supporting most of its staff through unrestricted resources, and that the balance of the staff is, or the balance of the resources are used for things other than staffing. There's a lot of books and supplies that are purchased. There's a lot of technology that's being purchased. So there's Mr. Bezzetta's whole department. He's got staffing there, but most of what he's doing is repairs and maintenance, standard stuff. So that throws the other side of the puzzle off a little bit. Okay, so moving on to unrestricted supplies and services. Again, all LCAP goals, offsetting increases in one area for decreases in other areas, and it does include some adjustments to indirect based on categorical programs. Now, the one thing that as we move forward we'll talk about in the multi-year projections is we do have staffing in some of our categorical programs that are going to be expiring. And so in our multi-year projections, we have started to account for that shifting of those staff from categorical funds into unrestricted funds. And so for next year's multi-year projections, we are projecting that the TK teachers that were added 2 years ago when the COLA was only 1%, that we will be moving those over into unrestricted resources come next year. And then the aids that were also funded out of categorical funding, we'll be doing that in the following year. So it's a phased in approach from our budget. And then all of the new teachers and staff that we added this year were done with unrestricted resources. So we supported the growth in that program with unrestricted funds. Any questions on these?
No, good.
Okay. So this next one is just a 20,000 foot summary of unrestricted total revenues, total expenses, first interim to second interim. We've made some progress on our deficit spending, about 741,000. Takes a little bit of work. The part of the deficit spending is in the LCAP, but we had always planned to do that. We've got an LCAP that's funded with an unduplicated pupil count that is not flat. It fluctuates based on a 3-year average that the state uses. So depending on what happens in any given year, it will go up and down until everything settles or flattens itself out in 3 years, assuming no changes. Which is why on the third slide that I showed you, the LCAP percentage in that 3rd year is the same as the annual percentage because it's evened itself out because we're assuming no changes. Now, we all know that we will have changes. But in order to facilitate a program that we have built that we feel is making progress in our students' academic achievement, we are deficit spending on any carryover LCAP funds from the previous year. We're actually required to do that by law, in that we can't sweep that funding into unrestricted and pretend like it didn't happen. It was earned by unrestricted or unduplicated pupils, and so for supplemental concentration grant funds, we need to continue to spend it in that way or for the LCAP goals and services. Unrestricted increased contributions by 1.1. We improved that by about 511,000, and then the lottery $100,000 for discretionary budgets increased due to increased enrollment and CBEDs. And so that would have happened between first and second interim. We get a certified CBEDs in November or December, which would have been after first interim. And so we take a look at how many students are actually enrolled at those schools, and we go through the per student allocation, and we distribute extra money. It's coming out of the lottery fund. All of the discretionary money for the school sites is funded out of lottery. And so that was done then, but it caused a regression. So rather than improvement, we went backwards a little bit on lottery, but it's money that is well invested. And I really actually anticipate that lottery revenue for this year will come in higher than what we're anticipating. There's a lot of action going on in the lottery right now. And our first quarter came in significantly higher than we might have anticipated. Having said that, every quarter stands on its own and can be a little bit different.
Beth, do you foresee us getting a letter from the county office on our deficit spending?
Always. And we've talked about,
we're gonna get it.
Yeah, we've talked about it with them. They have a job to do.
Right.
They need to let the board know, in case the board was sleeping when I did my presentation, that you're deficit spending. Now, I know you know that, but they have a job to do to say, look, we wrote you a letter on this day so that you know it. I've had conversations with the assistant superintendent over there, Sharon Henson, before. She fully understands that most of our deficit spending is in the LCAP. She understands why. She knows what we have to do, but she has a job to do. So yes, you will get another letter that says you're deficit spending and you need to be careful. I know, but it's for their protection, you know, in case anything happens, which we will not let happen on our watch. It's for their protection. So any questions on this one? Okay, so next we've got an unrestricted summary. It's just a snapshot without any narrative on it, other than you can see that the changes that have happened with the unrestricted between first and second interim. A lot of things went up in categorical programs. That is to be expected. We received $3 million more in our allocation for the extended learning opportunities grant, the ELOP grant. Weren't expecting it. They had changed the funding mechanism, shifted everybody over to a higher allocation, and bingo, there's nearly $4 million that's coming from the ELOP program alone. So rest assured that Dr. Myers and her staff are spending the money as we speak.
Money lady.
All for the good. All for the good. So you can also see that there are corresponding increases in expenses in various different areas. Again, all categorical.
And that we need to make sure that everybody understands that that money has to be used that way.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
So,
So it's
as
not
you-
like we can use it for other things.
Right. No, each one of those categoricals is specific as to what it's
Right,
supposed to be.
I just wanted that reminded.
Nope, that's a good reminder. So as you look at the bottom, we were deficit spending at first interim by $4.6 million, and boy, does it look like we're doing a great job at second interim, and that is primarily because of the increase in the ELOP funding. Categoricals carried over a lot of money and are expected to spend that money, which is deficit spending. And that will also be part of that letter from the county office, because they don't differentiate between unrestricted and restricted funding. Right, any questions on that?
No.
Since we're talking about deficit spending, this is just a reminder of what we do, and this keeps this in the forefront of our thoughts. We are deficit spending in 25-26 by about $2 million. Projections for 26-27 are about 3.9, and 27-28, $2 million. Looks a little wonky there. Part of that is the shifting of staffing from categorical to unrestricted. There's a lot more aides than there are teachers that are in some of those categorical programs.
One thing is your 26-27, you're missing a decimal there.
Yeah.
You have it 309,000.
Yes.
It's supposed to be 3 million?
Nope, it's 309,000.
Oh, okay.
Because you said 3.9.
Oh, did I? I am
Yeah.
so sorry.
Yeah.
Oh.
She's trying to get us.
I'm mentally
I wanted to make sure I was awake.
No,
I know
it's-
that.
It is.
You wanted to make
doing
sure I was
this.
awake.
Yeah, it is doing that.
You just shuffling everything.
So it's that shift that I spoke about earlier.
Well, you have a statement here that I highlighted
Yes, ma'am.
that I think everybody also needs to hear, is that deficits in the projection years are a direct result of COLAs not keeping up with the cost of stepping columns.
That is correct.
And cost of living and cost of everything. The COLA is not sufficient. Everybody needs to hear that again. The COLA is not efficient.
It's not, but we are also projecting in a very conservative manner, so that we can live within our means, and when more money comes in, then we can address the more needs with that more money.
Right.
So that's very deliberate in the way that we are doing projections. So multi-year projections is the next one. So again, we're waiting on the May revision for the governor's proposal for 26-27. There was a big difference between the Department of Finance and the governor's projection for where he thought the economy was going to go. Probably the largest that I have heard in a very long time. They will never always be the same, and there'll be little tweaky differences from the Department of Finance, but this one they just came out and said, we think you're completely wrong and you're exaggerating it and all of that. The economy, part of the problem is the economy is kind of weak. We were shut down, federal government was shut down for the better part of our school year, and certainly the beginning of their school year. Tariffs, no tariffs, increases, no increases. Go and fill up your car with gas. There's a lot of fluctuation in the economy, so we're not really sure where it's going to end up being. Again, we projected 1%. We're projecting ADA growth to be flat. That is the safe harbor. We will always be paid on last year's if we have declining enrollment. And so we projected that safe harbor, and then we wait for them to come in. Having said that, we do look at where we think staffing is going to, or enrollment is going to be, in order to make sure we have enough staff on deck. Okay, we do that conservatively. We don't wait, we'll look at TKs and we'll say, okay, well, where do we think we're going to go with TKs? Can any of these TK teachers become kindergarten teachers? Do we see a bubble? We do look at, some of the bubbles, and we'll talk a little bit more about that on Thursday when we have the budget study session. But we do track the bubbles and the cohorts that come through so that we can kind of get ahead of it. My big note, it's on the bottom, it's got the asterisk. The deficits currently coming out of fund balance are unsustainable, and other solutions may be necessary if COLAs don't increase. So it's just a warning to all of us, so that similar to the fact that the county office will give us a deficit letter, this is us saying we know this, and this is what's going on, and we are watching it. We are on guard for this. Okay?
I do my homework.
Any questions on multi-year projections?
No.
Then I'm gonna slide on over to the reserves page. This is just a first line, should say second interim, not first interim.
Oh, okay.
Those numbers are updated, I just didn't update the narrative on there, so I apologize for that. So I give you a snapshot each time so that you can quantify what certain things are. So the projected reserve balance of give or take $7 million is approximately 6.55% of the unrestricted general fund. Now, board member Grist will continue to ask me what's our reserve percentage, and really we don't know that until after we've closed the books. But I can tell you that projected wise, it's looking like it's about 6.55%. That is exclusive. In other words, I pull out the fund balance from LCAP because LCAP needs to be spent on LCAP. Right. So I'm not going to give us credit for the money that's sitting there. We pull that out and then we calculate that. Mm-hmm. So the points of perspective here are 1% of the reserve is almost $1.1 million. 1 month's worth of payroll is approximately $7.7 million. That's payroll and all of the benefits that go with it, which is about 7%. Regular non-payroll expense is about $1.2 million. The average cost of 1 month is about $8.9 million, or 8.12%. Now, you look at the number up at the top and it says 6.55. Well, that's okay because we're not spending down fund balance to pay for those monthly costs. But as we look at things so that you've got a perspective of what certain decisions make or certain things that come down to impact the district from Sacramento, you can know what some of these are. So we are projecting, but don't necessarily have, an unrestricted ending fund balance in our multi-year projections. They're at 6.55, 6.5, and 9.54. The board policy has a target.
We have 4.54.
4.54. What did I say? 5.4.
You said 9.
9. It's because it's 10:30 and I'm trying.
Yes.
It's late.
Yes.
So at this point, I do believe that. Oh, and then cash is king. It's just always good to remind you of that, but you have no problems with cash. You have absolutely no problems with cash. I have to do 2 years worth of cash flow projections based on monthly expenditures, and you have no problem. Add to that we have to do interfund borrowing before we truly have a cash problem that'll get you in the trouble that's described here. And we have money in our facilities funds that we would be required to go out and attach for short-term borrowing, not spend on salaries, not buy books with it, but short-term borrowing for operating reasons until our taxes come in. So cash is not our problem. The problem is, or the challenge is, keeping an eye on the budget.
Well, that was our problem when you were hired.
Possibly.
Yes, it was.
It's because we didn't get all that facility money in. Okay, and then our final thoughts, as we generally have final thoughts. They're pretty much the same. You've got a great team in this table. For those that stuck it out, oh, they're all here. Hey, you got a great team over here. The superintendent's cabinet, we look at a lot of things. And, we're on top of things as much as we possibly can. We are, we wait for the state to do what the state's going to do. And then we react to that. We try and anticipate as much as possible, but that's where we are. And right now we are mainly just waiting for the May revision, which will be in about little less than 2 months from now.
Okay. 10:30.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm done.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, can we finish this unless we're gonna drag it out with questions, but if we don't, then we just make a motion
Okay,
to
so
approve.
I would like to have a motion to approve the second interim.
So moved.
I need a second.
Second.
Okay.
It's
Jim. You
Aye.
vote.
Aye.
Kathy. Cheryl.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and I'm an aye.
Okay. I make a motion that we extend our board meeting for another
Mine won't take
15 minutes to 10:45.
You have a facility item after this
Oh,
one.
yeah.
shoot.
Mine will not take
You have a
15 minutes.
Almost an hour's worth.
Oh, my goodness. Okay.
Mine won't take
take it, if you have items to discuss under facilities, you would use that time. If not, then I just need direction as to what it is that the
I think
board
we
would
know,
like me
we
to
can
do.
make this happen.
We can make it happen.
Go ahead.
Do you wanna do, okay, so I said 10:45, do we think
Put
we can?
11 and then we
No,
know.
okay. All right, 11, I amend my motion to go till 11 p.m.
Second.
Okay. Kim?
No.
Kathy? Aye. Cheryl?
Aye.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Sorry.
You're stuck, Kim.
Okay, so now we're on to, the D, right?
Resolution.
Yes, the resolution number 4, 2526, to close a fund in accordance with Ed Code, is that a 51? 51, or it's 15? 146, bond fund number 210.
So the next two items are identical. We have two older funds that have got residual money in it, and the county auditor treasurer continues to add pennies to it that need to be cleaned out. For resolution 4-2526 to close fund 210, I'm recommending that we close that fund right now. I emptied it out before at second interim. I let the county office know that we're going to be sending this to them tomorrow to close it. It has no impact on the district. The little bit of $22 that was in there got moved over to 212, which is the other bond fund, which is the one that we're doing all improvements out of. So I'm recommending that we close this fund right now.
I'll make a motion that we close this fund number 15146, bond fund number 210.
Second.
Kim? Aye. Aye. Cheryl?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, now we're on resolution number 5, 2526, to close a fund in accordance with Ed Code 17070.43, County School Facilities Fund number 350.
This is the same type of situation, only it's not a bond fund. This is where our modernization and new construction funds have been deposited when the state gives us our match. We got our last funds last year, and right now we have no applications to the state for funding. If and when in the future we do, and we get state funding, we can open up this fund just as easily as we're closing it this evening.
I make a motion that we close,
Fund number
1707.43, fund number 350.
Second.
Kim?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, now we go to F, resolution 62526, authorization to utilize the CalCard program for digital payments. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 6, 2526.
Thank you. The CalCard program is a credit card program, a Visa program through the state of California Department of General Services. It's got a lot of built-in internal controls and checks and balances in it. To help districts navigate this. Right now, we have a credit card through a local bank. It has an interest rate which is going to be higher than the CalCard program, and it's got a repayment period that is a whole lot shorter than the CalCard program. So the CalCard program is designed for state and local agencies, and we are a local agency. It also provides us with a lot of flexibility. At this time, we are requesting permission to apply for a $50,000 credit limit. We have $22,500 right now, and that is wholly insufficient for this district. We've got a lot of people that are attending professional development opportunities, and just airlines alone, which will only take a digital payment, will tie us up. And then sometimes it's hotels, and sometimes it's registration. You know, we do the best we can in the business office to find the best way to make payments that don't tie up the whole district, and it's just been a struggle over the last year. So at this time, and we will be getting 2 credit cards. One will be in the name of the chief business officer for $40,000 for travel and conference. I do not hold that card any more than I hold the one that we have right now. It's kept in the district safe and it's checked out each time it's needed. Additionally, we will have a secondary card for the manager of fiscal services, Diana Haygood, and hers will be used for digital payments. So we have differentiated between those two because occasionally there is something came up this week for a renewal of a product that we use that only would take a digital payment for that. So we specifically separated those and changed those balances. The board policy that you adopted this evening, earlier this evening, also requires that annually we bring to you those people that are going to be using these credit cards and what those balances are, so you can annually review them. Okay. So at this time, we're recommending that the board adopt this resolution.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So if, let's say that you are out for a week, and Deanna can't go in and spend any part of that other credit card, that 40,000, and it's the opposite way also?
No, we've differentiated.
We're both signers?
We're both signers, and we've differentiated, says that this will only be used for digital purposes, which means you won't be using it for travel and conference, and this will only be travel and conference, and we monitor that one closely.
That's a good idea.
Right now, what happens is it's rare that they actually, the ultimate people that are going to be receiving these payments actually ask for a signature from me. And I say that's rare because maybe it will happen a half a dozen times in an entire school year. So these are available for when different schools, or we've got to make these airline reservations, they put in a requisition. They have to, the rest of the purchasing procedures still are required. They put in a requisition for this credit card, then they come in, once that requisition is in, they check out the credit card, they sit in our meeting room within our department, it does not leave the building. They make their reservations, you know, they have to bring their device, they make their reservations in there, when they're all done, they get their receipt, they turn around and they hand back the credit card, it goes, they check it back in, it goes back into the safe. Great. So nobody's carrying credit cards, they're kept in the safe, they're checked out each time and checked back in on the same day. If for whatever reason you can't quite get it done, you can come back the next day, check it back out again, you don't need anything new, we just know that you didn't finish, you know, so that's the procedure. You're welcome.
I really appreciate that we now have board policy on this. Thank you for that. Yeah. So I'd like to hear a motion, please.
I make a motion that we approve resolution number 6, 2526, authorization to utilize the CalCard program for digital payments.
Second?
Okay, Kim? Kathy? Aye. Cheryl?
Aye.
Liz? And I'm an aye.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're at,
Thank you, Betty.
now we're at, thank you very much. Now we're on discussion and action on facilities projects and facilities master plan next steps. I think,
Okay, so here's what I propose. This is discussion, right?
right.
Okay, so one, we know that we want Superintendent Sanchez to set up some town halls. Where do you want them?
At the site.
Has to be at the sites.
I mean, how many sites on which schools and?
Well, I think we need to do the sites that are involved in the possible move.
Which are?
Sunny Slope, Calaveras, Lab Lane, Rancho, and Mays.
We made a decision, did we not make a decision?
On Lab Lane.
Okay, but I wanna also go, hold that thought. Can we, during this discussion and action time, just go ahead and make a motion to approve the movement of Lab Lane students to Rancho?
Yes.
I thought we already did, and I thought we had at the previous meeting.
So that's already a done deal, or no?
No, because we already took action.
That was a public
Okay,
meeting.
that was a
My
public meeting.
understanding is that the students have already, or the parents have already been told.
No,
No?
no. You remember that during the March 25th meeting, we had some of the principals here, and then we talked about how we would be having a regular board meeting. So I asked the principals to wait until the board made a decision potentially. For Lab Lane specifically, there could be changes. You know, I don't know potentially if the board would come today and think of a new idea.
Oh.
So, no town halls have been scheduled, no communication has gone out.
I thought we made that decision.
Well, we will, let's have a motion to reaffirm that decision, please, can I, or do we have to do that?
No, if the decision has been made, we can absolutely, move forward with the communication
Okay.
of it. Yes.
Of Lad Lane
Of Lad
going
Lane.
to middle school students going to Rancho.
Yes.
Okay, and so we need town halls at AAA, Sunny Slope,
Yes.
Calaveras, no,
Right.
not Calaveras,
Well, cause AAA Calaveras.
okay, AAA Calaveras.
Yeah.
We can put it in one.
Do we need one at Rancho Santana? No,
No, just Rancho San Justo.
Rancho San Justo for.
Oh, I don't know, do we need it for the Lad Lane kids?
It would be a board decision.
We would need one at.
I don't think so.
Okay, so we could pass on that,
Certainly with Adley
okay.
parents.
So that's it, right?
So we're gonna have
These spoke AAA.
Calaveras, Sunny Slope, Maze, and are we gonna do Rancho San Justo, or do we have to?
We don't know yet what we're gonna do.
See, that was my point, that we don't know what we're gonna do, so no parents.
Yeah, we
know,
really don't
like,
have any.
That was
So,
my
but we
point.
could start with those three, right?
Maze, Sunny Slope, and Calaveras AAA.
We could start with those.
Oh, what about R.O. Hardin? What about R.O. Hardin? Do we need to do it for R.O. Hardin? No,
Oh, goodness
they're
gracious.
gonna just get more room. We don't need a town hall for that.
No.
Have we made a decision to move HPS?
Yes, well,
To where?
well, we haven't made that decision.
We haven't made that decision.
So, but I think that we have to have something in mind.
There you
So
go.
that we talk to the receiving community.
We cannot go
I know.
into the sites with.
That's how I feel too.
And so, mentioning, at one point, we had talked at length about HPS potentially going to Rancho San Justo.
Mhm.
And I know Kathy and I went over and did a school visit over there with that in mind, just to see kind of our own feasibility.
Right.
And then I know, and it would be tough, especially, all at one time. But we talked about things, and the principal was cautiously receptive, not in favor necessarily, but we have to figure out where to go. And then I know I had talked to Superintendent Sanchez, knowing that that would be a very traumatic move, wondering if we still liked that ultimate location, but maybe phase in classes from HPS over there, so that it was a less traumatic impact on Rancho San Justo.
I can't do that because of R.O. Hardin. I can't agree to that. I'm
If
sorry,
we
R.O. Hardin.
moved two classes, if we were to move, and my thought was, to Rancho,
But we're moving Lad Lane into Rancho.
and that's 3 classes.
I think it's difficult for us, we don't have our numbers in front of us. And the maps that you gave us and the numbers that you gave us for the next 5 years, those with them in front of me was where I was able to figure out what to do. We don't have those in front of us right now.
And then with the TK enrollment too,
And with the
which
TK
kind of
enrollment.
mention it with Sierra Vista, cause we weren't even contemplating Sierra Vista until I saw the numbers of TK. But going back to the town halls, Sunny Slope, if we decided not to leave it status quo, we wouldn't need, if we decided not to send HPS there, then they would,
Yeah, we don't have to
we
have a
would need
meeting.
one there.
But when we looked at the numbers that our consultant gave us, the only school that has any room to grow is Sunny Slope. But
he's looking at the numbers. All he's looking at is the numbers.
Right, I
He's not
understand that.
looking at
The compatibility.
And the
yes,
children.
and the kids,
Right, and
and
that
the
I
safety, and that's all he's looking at, and I feel that we have to combine both.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So I think,
Because Maze, I mean, right now is the space that, the site that has space.
Mhm.
So again, going back to that original idea was to
Right.
move HPS there
Right.
into that corner with,
AAA and HPS to
No.
raise?
well, again, AAA is 3 classrooms and HPS is 7. But again, I would assume AAA would kind of evolve into something different at Maze.
So let's take this information, let's leave out Sunny Slope, we don't have to worry about that, we don't have to make, an outreach there. So we need RSJ and Maze, then do we need one at, Calaveras for AAA or slash?
Yes,
Yeah,
because it
okay.
would be the AAA mainly,
Okay.
Maze, and then,
AAA,
Cause-
Calaveras.
no, Calaveras isn't being touched.
Just AAA.
It's just AAA.
Mhm.
And Maze would be impacted,
And Rancho,
and Rancho's receiving last name.
receiving,
And there's only 91
But
kids.
I don't think that we need to meet with Rancho if all we're doing is moving
the Lad Lang students over
Lad Lang
there.
students.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's
To
fine,
bring them
So
in,
just
because
right.
we wouldn't be
Right.
doing one at Lad Lane,
right,
so
no.
why would we be
Yeah.
doing one at Rancho?
Okay,
So then, have we moved on to HPS, probably going to Maze?
Yes.
But we need to look at the numbers, because when we were looking at his spreadsheets, your idea may be the best one, but his spreadsheets showed us that that's not gonna work.
Well,
well, that's not gonna work for 30-31.
and this is, one of the things that, Maze does offer, that Sunny Slope doesn't offer, is there is just a gate by the G-Wing where they can go in and out. They have, so they're not gonna be with the rest of the kids, they're not gonna be with the rest of the kids, so they can go in and out, so they can have different start and end times, and it's not gonna affect Maze.
But here's also HPS, hopefully, will be moving on.
Right.
As they suggested, so that's 30-31.
Yeah.
If we're looking at, our numbers are going, we're, 30-31, we're not gonna be able to hold all the middle schools. Well, if HPS moves on, that's great, we have.
Yeah, we
how
have
many
room.
classrooms?
And it does
But we
make
don't
sense.
know that
We
for
don't
sure.
know, but.
They could be stuck at Maze for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
I understand that, but we have to be making some decisions, at this time.
It makes sense to have the middle schools together.
So let's
The
do
AAA.
those outreaches at Maze, AAA. Are we gonna outreach at RSJ or not? No, just the
Right,
two?
no.
Yeah.
Just the
Okay.
two, let's do outreach.
Erin, is there room at Maze to put a couple more portables if we had to? No.
Well, if they moved some containers, they would have room. Where our schools are so container happy.
So if we kept, so we would definitely need the portables added to Calaveras if we decided not to move AAA out and just phased in HPS for next year and see how that goes.
True.
And just keep AAA there.
That's what I think.
And that, for the first year, kind of feel it out, see how it works.
I think that's a solid option.
I do too, it's one that I was hoping
But the
that we would
portables
come.
are definitely gonna be needed at Calaveras, for sure.
Right.
And that was our first decision for Erin, was to start building those.
Right.
At Calaveras.
So if we kept AAA at Calaveras, and the only people that are, what we're gonna move
Impacted
is
is Maze and HPS.
is HBS going to Maze, and that's the only change.
And the other option that.
Oh, and Lab Lane, we made that.
we can think about is the 5th grade, does
Does Calaveras need another TK? Are they completely out of the room? So then, if we look at the 5th grade for AAA, that would give us one classroom just to last the year.
Yeah.
You know, it's an option. You know, that's not a bad idea, because then we'll see what buildings actually get built.
Right. We'll have better.
And if any of these builder-remedy projects all of a sudden explode on us.
So this gives us time, hopefully we'll have the portables ready though, or I'm really counting on the portables to be ready at Calaveras. That we're ready to go.
We didn't give that directive, did we?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, we did.
For Calaveras,
Yes.
even though when we had that previous meeting, you were talking about moving the 3 classes, actually the 4 classes.
Yes, but we still were gonna build those portables because of the increased enrollment.
And the cost.
And the cost. Every time we delay, the cost goes up.
For this coming school year.
Yeah.
So we have about 10 minutes.
Okay, so, I'll put out a motion, let's see how we do.
We'll just do Mays for.
I think that we need to give instruction to, our superintendent that she schedule a town hall meeting, for Mays.
The week of?
The week that we get back from, Easter break, or spring break. And then, we only move at this time HPS to Mays.
Middle schoolers.
Middle schoolers. And we will leave AAA where it is. We will get those 3 portables built and ready to go. That's the key. We need to make sure that happens. We're not building bathrooms out of the, whatever. So yeah, I think we need to do it.
Yes, and then the modernization also
With
of.
the locker room.
For the locker room.
Well, that, and then if HPS does move out of or harden, then the modernization
Right.
of those.
Right.
Those facilities there, we need to have.
Well, it's a long motion.
Yeah, but you got it.
Does everybody read that
You
one
want us
down?
to say it back to you?
Yeah, go ahead. Go, Kim.
I'm gonna repeat.
Poor girl.
Secret motion. We move HPS middle school students to Mays. Simultaneously, we're going to modernize the locker rooms at Mays. And then we also want to make sure that as the HPS students are leaving our Hardin campus, that Erin goes in there and checks out what needs to be done to refurbish the classrooms. Did I get it all?
No, we're gonna keep AAA at.
And we're gonna keep AAA at Calaveras. And then we're gonna wait and see where all the buildings pop up, all the multifamily and everything.
Right.
And you requested to schedule a town hall meeting at Mays, after spring break.
Right.
Who of the trustees will attend?
I'll go, because I'm amazed.
This is the week we're out. Do we come back?
The 6th.
The 6th, yeah.
It can only be 2.
Okay.
It is, April, 6th through 10th.
That's the break.
No, that's when we're back.
I can't, I'm not a
Okay.
I'm happy to go.
Well, I'm gonna go, so yeah.
Okay, so
There
the
we go.
6th
Through the 10th?
O'Connor and Grist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did somebody second that motion? That was a
No,
really
I
long
need a
one.
second.
Second.
Okay. So all in favor of, the Jan Kim motion? Kim?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
Cheryl?
No.
And, Liz?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so 4-1. Okay. And with that, we have, our consent items, which are, A, is it A?
Through H.
A through H.
I make a motion that we approve consent items 17A through H.
Second?
Okay, all in favor, Kim?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
We have 5 minutes.
Okay, do we have, board member reports. So we'll start with Kim.
My brain's frozen. No. I was able to visit RSJ and our Hardin, Sunny Slope, and Land Lane. And that's it.
So I've attended 2 of the Masters in Governance classes.
That's good.
And I'm getting a lot of really great information. One of the most enlightening things for me is the sharing and learning how different districts, different boards really do things differently. And so hopefully I'm gathering some good ideas. And then I have visited Mays, Rancho San Justo, Calaveras AAA, and Arlo Hardin, looking at facilities.
Nothing to report.
Well, that's not true. We lobbied.
It's late. I'm trying to get us out of here.
Elizabeth and I, we lobbied Senator Laird and directly, and we lobbied the chief for Robert Rivas. We spent 2 hours doing that, and that was interesting. It was by Zoom. And then we, what's something else we did? I don't remember. Oh, that's it for us. Okay. I can't remember the others. Okay, and what do we have next? Future agenda items.
I have one. I met with some teachers, and I would like information on the new grade book policies and practices. It seems that there were this year some hiccups or changes that weren't well communicated. I want to know how things have smoothed out and what the plan is moving forward, that sort of thing. I'd like more clarification on how that all works.
Okay.
Sounds great.
Yes.
So I need a motion to dismiss.
No.
Any other future agenda items?
Nope.
Oh, I do have one. I want to invite the Latino Coalition. Doesn't have to be in April, it could be in May. But to explain what they do for children in the middle school and high school. And the scholarships that they provide, the mentorships that they provide. And it'll only take about 10 minutes. But I'd like someone from the Latino Coalition to talk to us.
Well, you decide the agenda, so.
Right. So you'll have to let me know where we're at, so I can let them know.
Okay. Is that for April or?
I'm saying either April or May. I'm easy on that. It doesn't have to be April.
Okay. We can connect on that.
Yeah.
Any announcements, reminders?
No.
Well, we're gonna see everybody on Thursday.
Yes, I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
By 1 minute.